Even as we start, I will just want to conduct a very quick poll by a show of hands. How many of you have delivered projects within time, within cost? How many? By a show of hands. By a show of hands. Congratulations. I can see the hands. Yeah. I mean, like by a show of hands. You have delivered it within cost, within time. Okay? Congratulations. We can applaud them. How many? How many were they, by the way? I want to see by a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's applaud them. 6. Yes. Let's applaud them. That's encouraging. So how many of us imagine, all right, you have come across claims. Of course, they are construction claims. Those are the ones we are talking about. These are SHA, these are insurance. We are not talking about SHA or insurance. We are only talking about construction claims. I know there are people online, and so even online, you could be raising your hands. There are people who will be taking poll for that. So how many of us believe that most of those claims that land on your desk or you come across are exaggerated? By a show of hands. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 of us are convinced that most of the claims that land on our desk are inflated in one way or another. Good. How many of us believe that these claims that normally are put across do not compensate? They are not a true reflection of the actual loss suffered? By a show of hands. 1, 2, 3. Unajua, those are only 12 people so far. This room is full. So I need to know where all these others are. I'll ask the third question. Can I ask the third question? All right? How many of us believe that both statements are true? Yeah. You need to follow me very closely. The first one was exaggerated. All right? The other one was, not able to compensate enough. Now, the third question now is that both are true. Hawaelewi. So panelists, muko na kibarua. Muko na kibarua kubwa sana. You can already tell your audience. Sawa sawa. But allow me to say this. Those who lifted up their hands on the first statement that most claims are exaggerated are the employers. They are the employers. They are the clients. All right? Those who lifted up their hands, and I saw one, rightly so, who lifted their hands saying that the claims do not adequately compensate for the loss suffered, are contractors. And I saw one. Lift his hand up very high. So they are contractors. Now, for the majority of you here that said that both statements are true, you are consultants. And on that note, allow me to take this chance to welcome our director, PRC, to come here and give us the opening remarks and a short presentation. And this is none other than Engineer Daniel Cherono. Let's applaud him even as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to all of you in this forum. I hope when I finish later on, I would want to know who is in the room. We have internal stakeholders, we have external stakeholders. Yeah, but distinguished guests, our stakeholders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this moment to welcome you to the 8th edition of the Knowledge Sharing Forum convened under the theme of Avoidance of Contract Disputes. And we are trying to demystify the management of claims for extension of time, costs, and profit. Sincerely, I thank each of you for taking time to participate in this very important engagement. We all know that contracts remain the backbone of an effective infrastructure development. And for the society to grow and for the economy to grow, infrastructure development becomes the backbone. In road construction environment, where most of us operate, there are complexities that make claims and subsequently disputes to occur. It is influenced by factors such as the land or the environment that we implement these projects. We have funding constraints, and we have social safeguard requirements, because these infrastructure projects are usually constructed through communities. Now, as a result, if we don't adequately address some of these challenges, we eventually have claims, we have variations, and if we don't manage them in contractual framework, they give rise to disputes. Claims for extension of time and additional costs and loss of profit are not in themselves an indication of project failure. Rather, they are legitimate contractual mechanisms designed to promote fairness through appropriate risk allocation for these projects. The real challenge arises when claims are poorly documented, they are submitted late, assessed inconsistently, and left unresolved. Later on, after the DG's remarks, I'm going to just run a quick presentation highlighting some of these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum therefore comes at the most opportune time for Kenya and also the industry at large. As we speak today, I know on your desks there are numerous claims that you're handling, and even in your projects, some of these claims have resulted to challenges that you are, and these challenges later on translate to costs, and these costs are borne by the members of our society, the general public. It provides a valuable platform for demystifying claim management, clarifying contractual requirements, and share practical experience. And I'm happy that the panelists who have been selected to take us through this process today have quite a wide experience, both as consultants, employers, and also as contractors. The 8th edition of the Knowledge Sharing Forum builds on lessons learned from previous forums and documented project experiences. These lessons have consistently underscored the importance of proactive risk management, collaboration among contracting parties, and evidence-based decision-making throughout the project life cycle. I want to encourage all participants to engage actively and share openly and constructively, and take lessons from this forum back to your respective places of work, to your respective projects, your respective institutions, and to your organizations. Let us all translate today's discussions into improved contract practices, reduce disputes, and more efficiently delivered road infrastructure. At this juncture, allow me to welcome the Director General, Engineer Obon, who is sitting in for the Director General today, to make his remarks. Then thereafter, I will still be back to share some highlights on some things that I would want us to discuss. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Cherono, the Director PRC. For me, it's just to open this knowledge sharing forum for today. Just to start, is to thank the PRC, the Directorate, for the sessions they have been organizing this forum. Engineer Cherono mentioned this is the 8th edition. That means there were 7 others. And I believe that these have been impactful to the sector in terms of sharing knowledge on what we have been doing, some of the challenges we have had over years, opportunity to bring in experts invite experts to also take us through what they have been doing, to take us through their experience as they work in this sector, very difficult sector, road sector. And with that, I think we can chart the best way forward in how we'll best manage our projects. Maybe just to start, I'm not Engineer Kimeli. Those who have the program is saying Engineer Kimeli, but Engineer Cherono had already clarified. I'm Engineer Bon. I'm Director PPP, sitting in for the Director General for today. And management and staff, I'll just read this speech, which was prepared. So management and staff from the roads sector. We have members of the academia. I believe they're here. Esteemed panelists who are here with us to contribute. I think we have very knowledgeable, experienced experts who are here today as panelists. We also have members of staff of Kenya who will also be presenting in the course of this session. We have our online audience. I believe we are very clear. They're hearing us very clearly. Maybe we need to check whether that's the case. And then, ladies and gentlemen, so good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 8th edition of the Quarterly Knowledge Sharing Forum. The theme for today is Avoidance of Contract Disputes, Demystifying Management of Claims for Extension of Time, Costs, and Profits. So your presence today signifies the important role each one of you plays in the success of our roads sector, and appreciate your commitment to this forum for being here with us today. This forum has become a vital platform for exchanging knowledge and innovative ideas, contributing significantly to the enhancement of our roads infrastructure and the socioeconomic development of our nation. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Planning, Research and Compliance Directorate for their consistent dedication in organizing this forum. Your efforts have facilitated a space for reflection, sharing, and innovation that transforms our authority. The theme we are addressing today, that is avoidance of contract disputes, demystifying management of claims for extension of time, costs, and profits, is both timely and critical. Our highways are the lifelines of our economy, connecting regions, opening markets, and improving livelihoods. As custodians of the vital infrastructure, it is imperative not only to reflect on contemporary challenges in the road sector, but also to share actionable strategies that prevent disputes and strengthen successful project implementation. As we navigate new developments, we must acknowledge the complexities that often give rise to claims and disputes. These include inadequate funding, which expectedly we are unable to pay most of our contractors and consultants. Land acquisition also really consume a substantial amount of funds, and also challenges with PAPs in the course of execution of our projects. The issues on environmental compliance requirements, jurisdictional conflicts, axle load enforcement, safety regulations. You hear about accidents along our roads. What do we do about it? Climate change impacts, which is emerging, issues of climate change resilience and adaptation. Poor asset management, technological gaps, and community participation concerns. Left unmanaged, these issues frequently result in delays, cost overruns, and profit-related claims, leading to conflicts escalated into contract disputes. I had Engineer Marco Dero asking about that the costs are inflated. So if one party feels the cost is inflated, what does it mean? The other party might not be satisfied. They feel that whatever they're claiming is what is due to them. So you have to agree on some middle ground and resolve that without going to further disputes. So that's very crucial. To avoid these conflicts, we must adopt clear and responsive frameworks that emphasize good governance, stakeholder engagement, and collaborative innovation. Such approaches ensure that claims are addressed timely, transparently, and disputes are minimized. We have had situations where we've gotten into disputes, even ending up in courts, because even arbitration can't resolve. But maybe the speakers can tell us more on their experiences. And I think it's better to avoid such. It's better we resolve them much earlier and get a conclusion than having those protracted battles in court. Demystifying claims management. As we engage in this forum, let us focus on demystifying the management of claims for extension of time, costs, and profits. When auditors look at these claims, they think somebody's playing around with things, trying to make some money. But the conditions of contract allows for those claims because there are provisions which, when an event occurs, then there's a way in which it's supposed to be handled. Notices are issued and the matter is dealt with contractually, because the conditions of contract envisage that a situation can exist, an event can occur, which results into those claims. Claims are not inherently negative. They are part of the contractual process, as I mentioned. However, when poorly managed, they become disputes. By fostering transparency, timely documentation, and open communication among stakeholders, we can transform claims into opportunities for learning and improvement rather than sources of conflict. So the way you handle the claims, the way you handle the events which have occurred can end up into disputes and even arbitration, litigation, if it's not handled well. It is imperative to recognize that in today's infrastructure environment, avoiding disputes is not optional. It is a necessity. Similarly, engaging communities in land acquisition processes builds trust and reduces resistance, ensuring smoother project implementation. In conclusion, encourage each of us to actively participate, share insights, and challenge conventional thinking. Let us embrace innovative approaches, strengthen stakeholder collaboration, and commit to transparent claim management. By doing so, we'll not only avoid contract disputes, but also deliver sustainable, cost-effective, and timely highway projects that truly serve our nation's development agenda. So with those remarks, I would like to officially open this forum for today, the 8th edition of knowledge sharing. And we look forward to fruitful discussions, and then we can share all that we have learned. This will chart a way forward in how we handle our future projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And without taking a long time, I, in the next slides, want to just focus on the issue that is at hand today. I don't know whether those slides are up. You can have the slides up if you can. It's okay? Thank you very much. I want to discuss this subject from the point of view of dispute resolution. Claims can better be seen when management of claims can better be seen when you sit on the side of dispute resolution. I've sat in several arbitrations, and I have seen engineers and contractors and employers navigate the process of trying to justify their positions in arbitration. And I must say that it pains me once the engineer has taken oath in arbitration to struggle to justify his work when they was dealing with these issues of projects. Now, this is a case that was there in arbitration. I've modified it so that you may not be able to know exactly what is the issue. And as I said earlier on, the big problem with construction projects is they are very unpredictable. There are multiple parties involved. from diverse backgrounds. You are dealing with foreign contractors, foreign consultants. You are dealing with pubs. You are dealing with environments that you've not been there before. They're also very technical and complex because it requires technical expertise from different people, sociologists, engineers. You need hydrologists. You need all sorts of people, geologists and all that. And so sometimes the scope can be very diverse, and you are traversing very long sections of road. Take, for example, the road going up all the way to Mandera, dealing with the 734 kilometers of road through that area in very diverse environments can be very complex. They are also very expensive. Construction is a lot of money. You are running a project of 20 billion running for 24 months. It means that every month you are spending more than $1 billion. Every month you are spending how much? Almost $1 billion shillings in construction. So it takes money, and any disruption becomes a major problem. And it has grave legal implications. And you know a few cases, I'm sure some of you have handled, that Kenya is in court today because of issues that happened on site. Now, I like this quote, and I've presented it many times. And I want you to pick only one word. Quickly, economically, sensibly. This is the problem. So whenever issues happen in construction projects, which must happen, the biggest problem is the way we resolve them. Are we doing it quickly? Are we doing it economically? Are we doing it sensibly? Now, take a case of this case study I wanted to present, and there's a project, and I've said I've modified it a bit, but I'll bring up the issues as we move along for expansion of a road through a build-up area with BRT lanes. And we are in the football season next year. We are accessing the football arena. Now you can see the parties, and you can see the cost of that project and the commencement dates. For this case, we use FIDIC 2017, and we are doing the road on a brownfield. This is what we want to build on that road. And this is what the engineers have designed. That is the stadium, which is ongoing. There are timelines. The match must be played next year. This is where you are supposed to do that BRT lane through this kind of environment. Obstructions, and this brings the complexities. Now, the employer is supposed to provide a design, is supposed to pay the affected persons, is supposed to acquire additional land when it's necessary, is supposed to remove those obstructions that you see on that photograph, is supposed to facilitate relocation of utilities, and is supposed also to pay the contractor. Now, when you move to the project, during the pre-contract phase, the city authority or the employer commences the right acquisition of right of way. But this cannot be concluded because of the complexities that happen. You have to consult National Land Commission, and therefore, before you sign your contract, you are still in the process of acquiring land. But remember the timeline, football must be played next year in Nairobi. So by this time, you have a few court cases. Some of the project affected persons have moved to court. You are navigating through this environment. Now, because of this situation that you saw in that photograph, the design was rushed. Proper geotechnical investigation has not been carried out. There's a lot of desk study which was done. And due to limited access to site, the design consultant did not pick a swampy section on this section. So what he did was to use information from the desk study and propose a normal subgrade and some U-drains. Further confirmatory tests were supposed to be implemented during by the supervision consultant in form of design review during the implementation of that project. Now, we have our tournament in 15 months, and there's a lot of pressure that you must deliver this road within 1 year. So what happened? You know what FIDIC says. FIDIC talks about how you deal with your disputes. So your contractor is supposed to raise notice or any party whenever they feel that that situation has arisen. Now, parties are supposed to consult and agree. And I will come back to this point. Because in most of my practice, I have seen a contractor submit a claim and there's no consultation. It is usually a direct determination from the engineer without proper record of a consultation that took place to agree on the issue. Of course, when that doesn't happen, then you proceed to a dispute board, you agree on an amicable settlement, and you proceed to arbitration. Now, on this specific project, are we running too fast on the slides? On this specific project, the contractor encounters PAPs and is delayed for 6 months. Then on the swampy section, there was unsuitable expansive soils, and following geotechnical investigations, 2 kilometers of rock fill to swamp was required. I can't see the slides. Can the audience see the slides? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so there is a rock fill that is required to be done. Now, this is not the original scope. The original scope was supposed to be ordinary subgrade, and you are supposed to drain that road. Then what happens? Contractor raises claims. The contractor raises a claim. However, there was no notice to this claim. You just received a claim on your desk, or the engineer received that claim on the desk. Now, because this project had been delayed, additional 15 months, because of this delay, the contractor has requested for additional 15 months, additional cost of another 4 billion shillings for prolongation and disruption of his progress, and of course, the cost of replacing your subgrade material with rockfill. Now, the engineer, because he has been on site on a day-to-day basis, largely agrees with the contractor. However, he does not respond to the contractor's correspondence, and this is what happened in the arbitration proceedings. So the question which the engineer was asked during the proceedings was, when the contractor submitted this claim, did you respond to the engineer, to the contractor's claim? The engineer kept quiet because the answer was no. Of course, the contractor was able to justify, but this was not the case. However, since as much as he did not respond, he went ahead to consult the employer unilaterally without having the two parties to sit to agree on this problem. 1 year later, the engineer is directed by the employer to grant extension of time and also but to reject the cost claim because there was no notice. Now, this claim of 40% out of 10 billion is beyond the threshold that is allowed by the Public Procurement Disposal Act, and therefore, this contract could not be varied. And that was the biggest fear of the employer. The determination by the engineer, whom we informed the contractor that his cost claim is rejected, was communicated, and the contractor ultimately decided to suspend progress. He suspended work and decided to pursue. Now, you recall there was supposed to be a dispute board. This dispute board was not in place because the two parties at the beginning of the contract viewed it as a very expensive process, and therefore it took time to appoint the dispute board. Now, dispute board was later constituted about a year later. Contractor declared a dispute. It went to DB, and DB actually concurred with the contractor and agreed to proceed to issue a decision that the employer pays the 4 billion shillings. On the basis of pay now, you can argue later, because we all know that dispute boards are more or less rough justice. Contractor work is suspended, then he goes to court and compels the employer to pay this. And an order was issued by the court, actually to freeze the accounts of this employer on the account that he didn't pay the contractor the 4 billion. Now, being a public institution, this employer had a big challenge, because the biggest challenge the employer had was you need to budget. So this is a major issue that have arisen. Of course, a notice of dissatisfaction was issued by employer. The matter proceeded to arbitration, where I'm raising these issues. Another thing happened. Now, the soccer tournament was postponed. It was cancelled it was actually taken to another country. Because of lack of preparedness for the venue, there was no sufficient budget for the project. Therefore, the project was no longer a priority. The the consultant supervision, the consultant who was dealing with this case, his consultancy contract lapsed and he left site. So when he left site, you are in the middle of an arbitration. There's no record. The matter is under arbitration. It's suspended. You need somebody to speak for you in arbitration. You don't have the consultant. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to highlight those issues so that you know that when you don't manage disputes, claims, and you don't document them properly, they will lead to disputes. There will be delays in completion of work. There will be cost escalations. There are damaged relationships. There are legal issues. There will be no value for money, for both parties, because the contractor will lose. And also there's loss of public resources. Poorly defined contracts and inadequate designs are the major cause of these claims that you are dealing with. There's also an element of inadequate knowledge and experience in claims management. You might be very good at evaluating claims, but claims that is only one part of claim management. Evaluation is one part. It takes a whole array of what is provided in the contract. Of course, the parties in most cases do not adhere to the contract requirements. The contractors don't give notice on time. Within the period stipulated that the engineer must respond, you don't adhere to that. The consultative process becomes extremely long and it becomes a major issue. Now, the other problem, of course, is the other major problem is extra-contractual pressures. And I think with this panel that we have here today, they will be able to explain this. There are things that go beyond the contract that you need to manage within the contract. So how you manage your political pressures, your employer's pressures, issues from auditors. No consultant or employer would be very keen to say, I award the contractor today Kenya shillings, 5 billion shillings for this claim. So that becomes a major issue. Okay? Unrealistic timelines, poor communication among parties, and also the behavior. Because somebody did ask whether they think that some claims are inflated. It's a behavioral issue. We know that some contractors are very keen to raise big claims because there are employers who are very keen to reject big claims. So the bigger the claim, the more you reduce, so it becomes something beyond that. Let us adopt proper ways of managing our claims from the beginning of the project up to the end of the project, and always anticipate that when these projects run, there will be claims, and these claims can result into disputes. Proper record keeping becomes extremely difficult as you manage some of these claims. I want to leave it there. I want to sincerely thank you for listening to me. I am not the keynote speaker. The panel is here. I just wanted to share my thoughts, and having seen some of these things through the lens of dealing with these claims once they have actually crystallized to become disputes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, for those thought-provoking comments. One thing that you might have noted on his the cover page to his presentation is that he's a fellow in the Institute, and that is the Institute of Arbitrators of Kenya. A round of applause for Director there. Thank you very much. When we started, we were fewer than we are now, and we have been joined by many. There was a bit of oversight to acknowledge those who have joined us, both physically and online. But also, I think it was in good faith, because now we are joined by many. So if you allow, I would want to recognize those who have joined us, both physically and virtually. And I will start with the academic institutions. Academic institutions, if you are in the room and you are coming from the academic institutions, that is the universities and the TVET, please, by a show of hands, we'll want to recognize you in the room. Do we have? Yeah, let's appreciate. Let's appreciate him. Which institution? Dedan Kimathi, that's Daikut. Yes. JKU Art, thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Anyone else? Anyone else? Those ones are just but a representation of the academic institutions that have joined this 8th edition. I am made aware that we have representation virtually from University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Multimedia University, Machakos University, Masinde Muliro University, and Egerton. We can give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. I would also wish to recognize the presence of contractors in our midst. Contractors in our midst. Thank you very much. We are joined by the contractors. We can give them a round of applause. They are a representation of those who have joined us virtually. And today we'll have an opportunity to have contractors on stage. Are we excited? Are we excited? Are we excited? Yeah, we'll have an opportunity to have contractors on stage. So, hizo mavita mnakuanga nazo site. Okay? We brought them to the auditorium. But I want to believe si vita. Sindio? Someone asked, by the way, a very valid question. Aliuliza, do we have construction disputes really? Do we really have disputes? Are they really disputes? Or they are simply multi-million shillings misunderstandings? Are they really disputes or misunderstanding? You had a director here mentioned he's been in a couple of arbitrations and everyone is standing his ground and they are defending their case. These are people who have been on site every day. And you would imagine that they should be able to understand one another. But all you hear in the referral is me, and me. All right? That question is very valid, and I want to believe that today's edition should be able to move us from those multi-million misunderstandings to real issues. I'll wish to recognize the presence of consultants in our midst. Do we have consultants? Thank you very much, by a show of hands. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe I'll just give you a chance to just shout so that we get to know which consultancy. Marks and Partners. Aegis. Yeah, I was coming to you. Special recognition. Thank you very much, engineer. We are joined by many others virtually, and thank you for making time to join us on the 8th edition. I will wish to also recognize EBK. Thank you very much. We can give him a round of applause for joining us. IK, are we joined by IK? Thank you very much. We can give a round of applause. The Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, thank you very much. I'm informed the CEO is around. Yeah, just rise and introduce yourself. Chartered Institute of Arbitrators is represented by the CEO herself, so you can introduce yourself. Thank you very much, CEO. I can guarantee you a number of us here are your members, and others are aspiring, so we've hit to the call. We are also joined by ASEC. ASEC. ASEC is here. Engineer, you could just, thank you very much, ASEC. Who will speak? You, of course. Ama? Okay, good. Just rise. Let's recognize you. You have been very instrumental at ASEC. Just a word, and then you'll sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer. MTRD, do we have representation from MTRD? We can appreciate them. Thank you very much for joining us. And then World Bank. Do we have representation from World Bank? World Bank, thank you very much. Today we'll also have a chance to have World Bank on stage. Are we excited? Thank you very much. Allow me to come home, but start with Kera. Do we have representation from Kera? Representation from Kera? I want to believe some have joined us online. Kura, thank you very much. We can appreciate them. We have some physically represented here in the auditorium. And then now to Kenha, and maybe Kenha, it will just be good to identify with directorates. I will start with the Home Directorate, Directorate of Development. You can rise, Director, and everyone from development, let's see. You can rise. Yeah, let's just all rise. Director is standing. You can't be seated. Yes, so this is Home. They are the hosts today. This is Directorate of Development, led by our Director, Engineer Henry Gakuru. Asanteni sana. Directorate of PPP. We have Director, Engineer Obun. You could just stand for us to recognize you. Thank you very much. You're already here on stage, representing the DG as well. Thank you very much. We have Directorate of PRC, the heartbeat of this event, led by Engineer Daniel Cherono. You could just rise, and we'll also want representation. Thank you very much. We thank you for that. Directorate of Maintenance. Are we represented? Yeah, yes. Thank you very much. You can rise up. Thank you very much. Most of us are regional, so I want to believe from the regions, they have attended virtually. Thank you very much. Do we have Directorate of Corporate Services with us here? Do we have? Thank you very much. Procurement. Thank you very much. Sorry. Directorate of Highway Safety and Design. Directorate of Highway Design and Safety, you could all rise up. Hey, goodness. How could I have forgotten this? Let's appreciate them, led by our very own Director, Monica Abonyo. Thank you very much. Is there anyone that I have not acknowledged? And no pun intended, or rather, no love lost. I was just flowing by the script. Anyone that I have not recognized? I want to believe. Oh, legal services. Do we have the lawyers? Huh? I am told disputes happen on site before the lawyers arrive. When they arrive, they take over. And then it does not matter what you know. It is all about what you documented. Is that true? Is that true? As I invite the keynote presenter, who is none other but our very own director, Engineer Kevin Nyabuto, who will be taking us through the next presentation. When we started, I asked a question. And that question, we were able to get 3 people raise their hands. So I'll ask that question again, but with an addendum to the question. A variation, all right, to the question. Because someone also said that variations are like children, all right? Sometimes you don't plan for them, okay? But when they come, you have to pay for. Yes, it takes 2 to tango. So I can almost presume that what project it was. I can almost presume. Oh, you have the RE, and then we have the contractor, we have the engineer, and then we have director here. Asanteni sana. We can give them a round of applause. So then it appears those are like only either one or two projects. Alafu, hizo zingine ziliendaje? How did they go? Engineer Nyabuto, how did they go? Ongoing. That is very honest. I want to do some reality check on us here. When a claim comes along, so it lands on your desk, already we had categorized ourselves here as consultants, and they were the majority. You remember the other question? Those who feel that claims are exaggerated are employers. Those who feel like genuine claims are rejected are contractors. And those who feel like both statements are true are consultants. Now, when a claim lands on your desk, all right, do you see it as a contractual right? That is A. Or B, do you see it as a hostile act? Bad faith. Maybe hostile is too hostile a word. Let's just say an action of bad faith. Or C, do you see it as a project management failure that should have been dealt with months earlier? This one does not require an answer, it's a reflection. But I can see Kamwana has raised his hand. Kamwana? The 3 of them are a result of evaluation. Okay, very good. Very good. Engineer, you could be walking on stage as you come. I guess they have sorted you so far. Thank you, Kamwana, for that contributions. I'm sure at the end of today, A was what? Contractual, right? B was hostile act. 3 was a project management failure that occurred months earlier. I want to believe that by the end of today, we should be able to move from B to C, or rather to A, not to C. So we move from looking at it as an hostile act to a contractual right, and we prevent C. Karibu sana, Director Nyabuto from Directorate of Development.
Colleagues and industry players, good morning. Good morning. We are very grateful for the time that you have created today to join us in this 8th edition of the Kenya Knowledge Sharing Forum. And as the Directorate of Development, we are greatly privileged to be the hosts for today. most importantly, may I put it across on behalf of my director who is here, that we are very grateful for our colleagues from the Directorate of Development who have joined us. In addition, our key players in our projects. We, as a directorate, implement most of our flagship projects in Kenya. So today's topic is the cornerstone on how we can go about managing our contracts and ensure that we avoid, if not minimize, disputes in our projects. It's unfortunate that some of the claims we have had in our projects have even taken longer than the contractual timelines. In such an extent that if some of these matters end up in arbitration, I can assure you that as an agency or as a contractor or as a professional consultant, there will be many questions which we may be required to answer. So to go straight to the point, I can see that it's already projected there. Today's presentation is on avoidance of contract disputes under FIDIC 2017 Red Book. You may wonder why this topic. I've already given a general explanation as to why we chose that particular topic. More so, considering that most of our projects are under the framework of Red Book, but of recent we have more or less inclined our contracts to FIDIC 2017. There are those who may be wondering why 2017, why not the earlier versions, 1999, which we are used to, 1987. It is very clear that the responsibilities given the various parties is very detailed, very clear, step by step in 2017, as opposed to the previous versions of the FIDIC forms of contract. So today's presentation will not more about what does FIDIC say, because on what FIDIC says is something which any one of us can read. It's written in a language which we all understand. So today we are not talking about what's in that FIDIC. We're going to talk about the principles we need to apply in our contract administration to ensure that we avoid risks, we avoid disputes. As my senior director, Cherono, alluded this morning, the classic case he has presented is typical of the issues which we struggle with on site on a day-to-day basis. But what comes out clearly is that today's presentation, we will share some ideas on what can we do to avoid such disputes. It's not right to continue implementing a project down the road and you know for sure there are issues which you can see. You can see the red flag from the start. So if there are red flags, it's even better you defer commencement, address those issues. And if you have to issue commencement, issue the commencement but with an advisory to the seniors that, if we proceed this way, this is what may happen. Such that when it happens, at least you have somewhere where to lean to. Now, the presentation the title is over there. And what we are covering in the presentation today, it's well listed there. We are having an overview. We're having roles and obligations with various parties in the contract. And then we need to have some principles of understanding the claims for extension of time, cost and profit considerations in claims. Then how do we manage the claim process itself, right from the time it kicks in the time it's concluded. Then how do we go about dispute avoidance? In conclusion, what will be our takeaways from today's session? Now, in our presentation, we have already mentioned that what's our focus? Our focus is FIDIC Red Book 2017. You all know the suits of FIDIC forms which are there, where the contractor designs, where the employer designs, the turnkeys and the likes. But today, we are discussing the FIDIC Red Book 2017, where the employer has that responsibility of designing, and the contractor executes the works, and the engineer supervises. The audience, it's the parties we have indicated, those professionals, you and me, who are managing public infrastructure projects generally, but more so those who are managing projects executed by public entities. Then we'll explain the contractual obligations for each of the parties and the procedures on claim requirements and practical management. Finally, the most important thing is the communication and branding. Whenever you do a project, the most important thing, ensure that there is regular communication amongst the parties. And the communication must be three-way. I cannot even call it two-way because there are more parties. There are more than two parties in a project. Communication, communication, communication from the word go. And there should be no cards under the table. Such that you say now, when I'm going to produce a claim, I will put everything on the table. From the word go, let there be clear communication. What's new for claims under FIDIC 2017? At the moment, the way FIDIC 2017 has been structured, the employers and contractors' claims are purely under subclause 20. The details on what it is, you can just go and refer to the book. But in matters avoidance and adjudication of claims, where DAB is the cornerstone, is under clause 21. But the engineer's responsibility on determination, clause 3.7, is quite key and very much strengthened, but with very clear boundaries on timelines on what should be done by what time. Such that if you make a decision beyond a particular timeline, it's invalid. In other words, it dies a natural death. And in management of these claims, what's really important? It's very important to talk about record keeping, documentation. Everything is around documentation. You may have a very valid claim, but if you do not have clear documents as an employer, if you don't have clear documentation as the contractor, then your claim naturally dies. That's just the principle. Now, I've said this, that the employer is responsible for the design and also defining clear contractual frameworks. For example, it's the employer who says, I'm going to use the Red Book. That already gives you the framework on what you're going to do. Risk allocation on who takes care of what, who is supposed to take care of the designs, who is supposed to take care of ground conditions which are changing, who is supposed to take care of matters variation in case the scope of works change. It's well defined, you know that. On roles and responsibilities, there is very clear definitions on the roles and improve communication and accountability among the project stakeholders. It's very key in doing this work. Now, what does FIDIC 2017 say about dispute? This is an extract of FIDIC. What does it define as a dispute? One party makes a claim against another party, and then the other party rejects. And that party which rejects, the first party gives what we term as the nod, notice of dissatisfaction. Very stressful as an engineer. You are working on site, you are a supervision consultant, But the other side, there is no corresponding technical person you are dealing with on technical issues. So it's the contractor's responsibility to ensure that a contractor representative is appointed. Otherwise, if you are receiving a notice of a claim, for example, from someone who is not qualified on the contractor side, it can easily be challenged. On what basis was this person communicating to you as the engineer or to you as the employer? So this is a contractual requirement which needs to be adhered to. I think today's topic is more how do we avoid disputes? Within 28 days from commencement of the contract, we need to have a standing DAAB. I'm going to explain in a short while this standing DAB. It is not the same in the previous FIDIC forms of contract. When you have a standing DAB, you are more or less setting yourself on a platform of avoiding disputes. And if disputes arise, the DAB will help you amicably see how this dispute can be sorted out before it becomes a mountain, before it ends up maybe in arbitration. The main point is to be within the timelines which are stated in the contract. Timeline, very, very key. FIDIC 2017 has taken away the gray area which used to be there in the past, where one party could sit on a claim forever and you think that you are safe. This one, the 2017, when you miss a timeline, the ship has left. So you have to see how you sort out yourselves. And as I said, DAB's main role is in keeping claims from escalating to arbitration. That's the main role that they have there. Good practice, early referral for contentious entitlement quantum. Good practice in contract management under FIDIC 2017 is to ensure that there is a very early referral of matters to the DAB. Because apart from them being adjudicators, they also play an advisory role to the parties in the contract. A very key other recognized parties, you may be having subcontractors on site, you could be having employers' personnel. That's why like they come in for site meetings and the likes. We have the contractors' personnel who also come from headquarters, not necessarily on site all the time. Then we always talk about the financier. If, for example, a development partner is financing the project, you cannot say that when they visit a project, they are not part of the project. We recognize them as very much as parties in the contract altogether. Grounds for claims. We have extension of time. Extensions of time are typically sought when delays occur, mainly due to factors beyond the contractor's control, such as variations. Variation is not a contractor who seeks a variation. Either the engineer or the employer may be the one who is instructing for this variation. There could be unforeseen site conditions, like the one director mentioned here today in the morning, in this the case which he referred to. These ones happen. They end up leading to extensions of time. Or delays caused by the employer. Delays caused by the employer. The employer was supposed to do the design before the works commences, but you find even the designs are not ready. Or the employer is not paying in good time. What do you expect? Extension of time. Or a case where the employer is responsible for relocation of utilities. But you have to be very careful. It's not every utility within the road corridor which has been relocated. We have had a case where we have faced some contractors who have claimed for extension of time on the basis of relocation of one electricity pole. One pole which could easily be circumvented and you continue with the works. And the contractor says, I cannot proceed until this pole is relocated. So in other words, the reasons being given, are they substantive? It's something which could be avoided. So it is something which you have to look at as a claim management, as a contract management expert. Under FIDIC Red Book, there are specific grounds for such claims, including exceptional events and delays in approvals. Designs have to be approved. Exceptional events. If the rainfall is above normal, it's above the historical data, which was there. Of course, not every level of rainfall qualifies for extension of time. The contractor has to prove that the rainfall experienced in that location, it is beyond the historical average. And the data has to be there. But if, as a contract management expert, maybe as an engineer, you cannot, you submit maybe a report to the employer during the consultation period, you are agreeing with the contractor, but when you go to the supporting documents, there is no support. Then definitely you are creating a recipe for disputes. So most importantly, what's coming out, remember the keyword we used? Impartial, objective. As an engineer, you have to ensure that whichever claim evaluation you are submitting to the employer, it is taking care of all those aspects. Documentation, documentation, documentation. Understanding this ground is essential for preparation of valid claims and ensuring they are supported by contractual provisions. Kindly, any evaluation for a claim which is quantified, don't quantify some aspects of the claim based on the gut feel. The member from ASEC talked about ego. This thing of you say, because I am the engineer, I will make my decision because I'm the one given this power. Remember, at the end of the day, I'm sure most of you listen to what he said. At the end of the day, in whatever you do, know we have a project. Know we have a project. If you know we have a project, then the aspect of just throwing arbitrary numbers which do not make sense, it creates a problem. Proper documentation and the timely notification of the engineer are critical steps in securing an extension of time. Very critical. This is a very critical slide. If you've missed all my slides, the ones we have gone through this morning, kindly you can format, but this can be your take home. This is the take home. Timely notice submission. Under FIDIC 2017 Red Book, it mandates strict procedures for submitting claims, including initial notices within 28 days of becoming aware of the event. Within 28 days of becoming aware of the event. So if you give your notice beyond 28 days, sorry, it cannot go anywhere. That is what FIDIC says, and even that contract which you've signed, you've said FIDIC 2017 is the form you are using. Within 28 days, that is, you give a notice. And the detailed particulars, you give them within 84 days. A week short of 3 months, you must submit your claim based on the notice you have given, and that must reach the engineer's desk. And this notice which has been given, it's not only given to the engineer, but it's also given to the employer. We talked about communication. The engineer's review. The engineer also has 84 days. But these 84 days, it is his responsibility that he consults both parties, so that within the first 42 days, to see whether the two parties can agree. That is 1.5 months to see whether the two parties can agree on a particular aspect of the it could be time, it could be cost claim or whatever. In the event, within 42 days, there is no agreement, then you go to the next level, 42 days. What does that mean? It means gone are the days when a claim could land on the engineer's desk, it stays for 6 months. Or it comes to the employer's desk, it stays for 1 year. Brothers and sisters, we are called upon as engineers. Majority of those who are in this room are fellow engineers. You are involved in matters processing claims. So we are being told that within the provisions of FIDIC 2017, we must act on the claims within 1.5 months from the time they land on our desk from site. The consultation period of 2 days and the determination period of another 42 days. Within those 42 days, the engineer has a responsibility. Is not overstepping his mandate. The engineer has a responsibility of communicating to both parties what are the engineer's views on a particular claim. He will not have violated any law, any contract. The engineer's role in reviewing and responding to these claims is equally critical to maintain contractual compliance and avoid disputes. In the event, the engineer does not communicate within those 84 days where he was doing consultation and when he was doing determination, the claim is considered rejected. The claim is considered rejected. Now, brothers and sisters, these are various scenarios. This is an extract of Red Book. We are not saying this. Back. Okay, thank you. These are various scenarios. What's important? Check on your rightmost part of the slide. It says, if the engineer rejects, the claiming party has an obligation to accept it or to object. And that is normally after the 84 days have elapsed, within 28 days. Within 28 days thereafter, the claiming party can decide whether they are satisfied with the decision or declare dispute. Now the monitor comes in. What you are avoiding comes in. A dispute has been declared. A dispute has been declared where the claiming party is saying, I'm not happy with the decision which you have decided. Within those 28 days, before maybe I go to that, I would like to say, under this, there is the normal procedure of once a dispute has been declared, it goes to DAB. What happens? There is a procedure of the dispute board taking it over, and I will take you through in a slide or two after this. How do we assess additional costs? They stem from variations, delays, or unforeseen circumstances impacting project execution. Contractors must provide detailed cost breakdown, including labor, materials, equipment expenses, head office, overhead allocation. In most cases, supported by invoices and records. And the engineer will evaluate this based on contractual provisions and the market rates Accurate cost assessment ensures fairness and prevents escalated claims, fostering trust among parties and maintaining financial integrity throughout the project. If, as an example, there is a variation in a project, it is the responsibility of the contractor to prove how much it's going to cost them to carry out their varied works. And this one, most cases, takes the form of how much labor, what about the materials, which equipment, additional equipment you are going to use. So this now calls upon now on the principles behind the order calculation. That's where it calls for the analytical skills for the expert dealing with the evaluation of these claims to assess even the level of overhead expenses which is apportioned to the project. You could not expect, for example, a project being executed in Nairobi to carry all the overhead costs from headquarters in that particular project. So we must really be able to see it's only this percentage of this cost which goes to this project. So everything that you do must be supported and there must be a rationale. The moment you don't do that, then definitely there will be a dispute. And remember, a dispute, employer can dispute. The contractor can dispute, whichever way it goes. Engineers are assessing these claims based on contract terms and prevailing market rates to ensure fair cost approval. There is this slide I think I've already covered on which aspects of costs are covered under there. This is also another very critical slide. This particular slide, profit entitlement in claims. Strictly by the contract terms. Under FIDIC 2017, may I say, I only need 5 minutes, I'm done. Under FIDIC 2017, the default percentage for profit is 5%. 5% of the cost. Unlike the other previous forms of contract where the percentage was not mentioned. So for this particular case, if there's something you have to change it in the contract data. If it was not there, FIDIC has assisted us. They have given us 5%. As an engineer, your work is to ensure there is supporting evidence and you verify the claims submitted. This slide gives some summary of about 10 headings under the EOT. Now, in the last column on your right, like you can see, unforeseen physical conditions. These are matters. Where are our slides? I was about to say this is a second slide, which I would also say this can be your takeaway today. There is this business where, it's almost becoming a practice that every extension of time you say this one is without costs. Is it in the contract? Is it supported? You are creating disputes when you say that every extension of time is without cost. For example, I'm giving an example. You have delayed issuing the drawings. I'm on site, I'm a businessman, I'm a contractor. You give me cost and profit. Unforeseen fiscal conditions. As an employer, I could not tell. As a contractor, you could not tell. There you can't get profit. But I will give you time and the cost. Changes in law. The law in a country can change. That is beyond the employer. Their profit is not entitled. Exceptional events. I've given you, like now, say COVID. Under COVID, the contractor cannot claim profit. Why? Nobody could have foreseen that COVID was likely to hit the country or the world. So there you only award extension of time, you award costs, but you don't award profits. And there are many clauses which cover extension of time beyond what I'm showing here, which are just examples. I don't want to belabor more about documentation. That's what I've said. And of course, make use of the digital tools. This is something which has come now in the industry, the digital records, digital records, digital records. Employer and engineer records are quite critical. Communication and collaboration, open communication, timely notifications. The engineer, you are a mediator. You should be unbiased. Ensure claims are managed fairly and disputes are minimized. Open communication is quite key. Early engagement, I think I said that, where you ensure that if there is any signal that there will be likely to be a dispute, engage. Early engagement helps everything. Transparent communication, collaborative problem solving is quite key. DAB, I think that one I've already covered on the DAB process. This is the last slide. What are the takeaways? Common mistakes by the various parties. Late or missing notices, leading to loss or reduction of entitlements. Weak linking between the extension of time and the delays. Is it on the critical path? Most of the contracts we run, some of them you cannot even tell what is in the critical path. Insufficient records. You raising a very genuine claim, but you don't have sufficient records. Mixing cost and profit. It must be very clear that costs and the profits are two different things. It's about money, but there must be a clear distinction between the two. Best practice. I don't want to repeat on that. Final thoughts and recommendation. Professionalism and transparency in whatever we do. Let us have some training and skills development on matters claim management. Let us make use of the digital tools and adoption. Collaborative culture among stakeholders would enhance efficiency, reduce risks, and contribute to the successful delivery of infrastructure projects. Thank you, na Mungu awabariki.
And now I'll want to invite Engineer Karot, who will be our moderator for the panelists. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Get ready with your questions, even as they will be taking us through their experiences and qualifications. Karibu sana, Director.
Can we give a round of applause to Engineer Makodero? I told him that he's ni ile ng'ombe imezoea yoke. Sasa vyenye amekuja development director, this was his induction. Yeah, so I am most privileged to engage today in this very important assignment of being the moderator on this very insightful topic of avoidance of contract disputes, demystifying management of claims for extension of time, cost, and profit. And joining us upstage are an array of very distinguished industry professionals. I'd request that as I mention your name, you just take a walk to the podium, even as I have the privilege of reading your very esteemed profile. The first panelist on stage to join me is Engineer Salmon Osare. Engineer Salmon Osare is the country director and the chief executive officer of Aegis Kenya Limited. As you all are aware, Engineer Osare has been in the profession for over 28 years. I know some of us seated here, that is almost forever, because that is from before you were born. Engineer is a registered consulting engineer, has experience in the roads and highways sector for over 25 years. And Aegis Kenya is a subsidiary of Aegis Group 1 of France. He has managed very iconic infrastructure. He has been part of Timboroa Eldoret. You all know the dwelling of Athi River, Machakos Turnoff. Currently, he is managing for us the flagship infrastructure of Isiolo, Kulamawe to Modogashe. Can we give him a round of applause? I have actually attempted to truncate his CV. The second panelist on stage is Engineer Wu Yibao. Engineer Wu Yibao is the director to the 3rd Engineering Bureau of China City Construction Group Company Limited. He is an accomplished infrastructure leader whose career spans design and delivery of roads, bridges, urban highways, hospitals, and public facilities. He has managed projects that are financed by some of the leading international development partners, namely World Bank, Africa Development Bank, Asia Development Bank, underscoring his ability to meet some of the highest global standards. As a managing director, he brings together multidisciplinary and multicultural teams that is able to deliver very complex projects with precision and impact. He excels in aligning diverse stakeholders, navigating regulatory landscape, and ensuring that every initiative is completed on time and within scope, and to the highest quality and safety benchmarks. The third panelist is Mr. Anthony Kimani. Mr. Anthony Kimani is a contract manager at H. Young and Company East Africa Limited. He is a quantity surveyor and a seasoned construction claims expert and construction law specialist. He is currently serving as a contracts manager, and he holds both LLB and LLM in addition to his degree in building economics, aka quantity surveying. And with his academic research focused on evidentiary standards in construction arbitration. I am informed he has a very extensive hands-on experience in dispute avoidance, contract administration, and preparation and negotiation of time and cost-related claims. And so Mr. Kimani has played a pivotal role in developing or delivering major civil and mechanical engineering projects across Kenya and East Africa. Can we put another round of applause for Mr. Kimani? The fourth panelist today is Engineer John Absalom Okumu. Engineer Okumu is a registered consulting engineer with over 40 years experience. Well, he is a specialized contracts manager. He is also an individual consultant with the World Bank. And for some of us seated here, he was also their teacher. So he has also been a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. Throughout his career, he has led and supervised numerous large-scale road and bridge projects funded by the World Bank and AFDB and other bilateral agencies in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, Namibia, and Eswatini. Can we put a round of applause for Engineer Okumu? Well, we also have joining us on stage is our own Deputy Director in charge of the Horn of Africa Gateway Development, Engineer Paul Omondi. Engineer Paul Omondi, as you know, is an old hand at management of projects, not only at the delivery phase, but including preparation, delivery, and closeout. Engineer has handled several projects, but of course lately delivered under the financing of the World Bank framework. Can we put a round of applause for Engineer Mondi? Maybe Engineer Mondi is the only one rivaling Engineer Absalom Okumu. I think their experience could be almost 35 to 40 years. And lastly, ni Baba Yao. Baba Yao joins us on stage, and that is our own Director, Development, Engineer Henry Ngugi Gakuru. I don't need to elaborate on his CV, because to rise to the level of director, it means he has managed, he has prepared and delivered several projects and programs under the various financing frameworks, be they GOK, be they the multilateral development banks, and supervised externally and internally. In fact, seated here, he is not only the engineer to several projects, but even where he is not the engineer, he is the employer's representative. So the buck stops with him. Can we put a round of applause for our panelists? Please put that. There's a slide I gave, and I had requested that it be put as we start. As we start this session, seated in front of you are serious gentlemen, and no pun intended, we did not mean to exclude ladies. I saw the email, which was also sent to other distinguished ladies, and so I'm saying this because ASEC is here, so that they don't say that it was a men's only club. But with their years, as you can see them here, they have an experience of over 100 years in managing projects. Because if you add 40 plus 28 plus another 40, that is already 108, right? Before I add the others. So, so seated here is a cumulative experience from which we would want to mine some information. I think the discussion today was talking of avoidance of contract disputes. But there's something that I think needs to be clarified or defined. And I want to give the benefit to Engineer Okumu. Engineer Okumu, what is the difference between a claim and a dispute? Because, you know, seated here, we may not really get the difference between a claim and a what? And a dispute. But even as you come, maybe I take time. You know, contract starts well. You see the first picture. I hope we are all able to see. Yeah, when contract starts, and many of us in Kenya who have started projects, you know that when contract starts, they are as soft as a dove, or the honeymoon phase. That is the time when, as an employer or an engineer, you ask the contractor for a vehicle, he asks you, which type do you want? Yes. And when the director asks for a copier in the office, he tells you, engineer, you have not given me the specifications of the what? Of the copier. I would have wished to bring it what? Yesterday. So it is like the honeymoon. Then as it continues, it starts behaving like an adolescence. You know, for many of us who have adolescent children, You tell them, I want you home by 6. Then when you go at 7, you are told he left at actually 5:30. Yes. Yeah, the contract starts having a mind of its own. Then, of course, what we are discussing is at the end, for many of us who are above 50 or approaching 60, the contract starts behaving like adult. That is the time it has backache. It cannot go upstairs. If you are a man, you go to the toilet for the short call. You take 5 minutes. People are saying, kwa nini usimalize haraka? If you are a lady and many other things. Engineer Makodero, when you bid, looking at the number of questions asked by a specific contractor, perhaps should be able to tell you who is going to help you deliver the project. Otherwise, there are some contractors who will just look at the problems and they keep quiet. That could be an indicator, right, in our bidding. Now, Engineer Osare, if you listen to Kimani and Engineer Ibao, what they are trying to say is that claim does not actually arise at the bidding phase or at the implementation. It basically arises long before the bidding or even the contract implementation. You have been privileged to prepare various projects. Now, my question to you would be, what planning tools would you actually propose? And the tools could be knowledge, they could be applications, they could be experiences that can be used in preparing projects to actually mitigate occurrence of claims which may go to disputes.
Thank you, Engineer Karot. You put me next to two contractors, and I'm trying to manage them the way we always do our best to manage contractors. Now, I like what, though they are contractors, we are always not competitors or at loggerheads, but we manage each other in our contracts. I like what Kimani said, that before you talk about a claim, the rain started beating you so much earlier. And in most cases, employer will blame, or apportion the blame to the contractor or the engineer, yet we had a fertile ground for claims throughout the contract from the very beginning. It's not just about planning and putting in a blueprint on a road that you want to do. But it starts from, do you have a proper design and documentation? Once you have a proper design and documentation where you have the correct contract documents that captures, there are no gaps between BOQs, there are no gaps between the specifications, the contract conditions are clearly aligned to each other. But it doesn't stop there. It comes back again to the employer at the point of procurement. Which contractor do you choose? And that's why I like, Engineer Kumo is here, I like what the World Bank has put in place now, that even contractor is going to be quality-based award, where you award a contractor based on past performance and experience, not only based on cost. So after putting documentation in place, then you have to award the correct contractor. But I also hasten to say that you have to award the correct consultant. But then, even after that has been done, the employer must retrospect and ensure that the project engineer that is managing the project is correct. I want to use a good word, correct, for various meanings. Because for you to have a project that is delivered, before I talk about the tools, you must make sure that the three parties are aligned and know what they're doing. Not in the sense that they are ignorant. And I want to say that roads or projects do not fail or run into disputes because of ignorance. No. They run into disputes because the three parties that are supposed to manage this project always in all cases needs to be aligned and responsive on the cases that comes into force. Now, once you have proper documentation, we have the correct contractor, you have the correct engineer, and the employer's representative. Now, all the fertile grounds that are there for claims are already eliminated. But even if they come, then the engineer on board and the employer on board and the contractor on board know their staff and they know what they're doing. And I want to say that in such circumstances, you will find that even if claims arises, they will be evaluated on time, determined, and concluded. And in most cases, people get into an agreement. So you have to prepare for claims right at the very onset as you come to this. And it recalls for dedication from all parties, right from the contractor to the engineer to the employer. And when I talk about contractors, in my experience, we also get contractors that, and no offense, Bwana Yiba, that would give you a claim, he wants to suspend work because 2 million is outstanding. Yes, it's a right. And that's why on one FIDIC contract, FIDIC training, we raised an issue about you need to have some kind of measure platform where a contractor can now claim that he has not been paid, because contractors also has in their contract evidence of credit. But then a contractor, you are owing him 5 million and he wants to suspend, and the cost becomes such. So we have such kind of contractors also. Now, which tools, to come to your question? Now, we need to identify our risks and have proper risks registers. Because at that time, all the design tools and documentation and programs are already in place. But then when you go into contract implementation, the only important thing is to identify your risks early, identify your gaps. Because why are am I talking about this? We have already said that we should be having proper documentation, but that notwithstanding, you will find that when you go on the ground, you find some gaps. Then you need to identify these gaps through a risk register, have documentation on the timelines of mitigating on these risks, how to mitigate against them, to be able to avoid claims, even at the point when you are on the contract implementation stage, and more so, not allowing it to get into disputes. But also remember, and Engineer Nyabuto alluded to this, that a claim that is not determined within 84 days, two of the timelines combined, means the rejected. And therefore, it simply tells you that you're already in a dispute. And this calls on to the employer that we need to align our procurement requirements to align with the 42 days that you have. Even if the engineer adds you his 42 days where he's supposed to determine, you have 84 days. The engineer will send in a claim for the employer's concurrence. That's the word that is used in FIDIC. But then, since the employer has a lot of procurement procedures that needs to be put in place, committees needs to be formed to evaluate and to go through several approvals. The call is on the employer to make sure that you align all these procedures in accordance with what FIDIC says. Because without you making a pronouncement, the engineer goes ahead and make a determination with or without the employer. Then the engineer runs into the problem. And remember, the engineer is an employee of the employer. So sometimes we also get into a big problem or a difficult circumstance that we have to make a determination before the employer makes a pronouncement on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. You have actually given a rundown on the cycle and indicated that our risk management needs to start at the planning, so much so that under the choice of the parties at the implementation. Engineer Paul Omondi, you have managed contracts under various FIDIC forms, Silver Book and Red Book. And all of them have different risk allocation frameworks. And I want to indicate that they basically create different forms of contract governance. If you are to look and advise the employer on the various forms, especially now the emerging silver, and of course the quintessential red book that we are so used to, which one would you say is suitable and why?
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Now, we are all aware that we have various FIDIC books. We have the green, the yellow, the red, the silver. Now, all books are applicable. It depends on the type of contract that you're looking at. Now, how do you determine which book is going to be suitable for you? This takes experience, years. Because each and every book has got its pros and cons. And so, if I was given the privilege to state which book would be comfortable with, I would say, from the onset, is that us, an employer, let us relook into ourselves. Let us relook into our financial outlay. Let us relook into our project management capabilities. Let us also relook at the market response in terms of our approach of how do we approach the market. What is our reputation in the market? Are we an employer that pays on time? Are we an employer that resolves claims without going into disputes? It's a synergy of so many things that will determine what is a market approach. Currently, there's a drive to utilize the FIDIC 2017 Red Book. But for those of us who have actually engaged with that Red Book is so prohibitive to the employer that if you do not adhere to the timelines that were broadcasted up here, then we run into problems. That Red Book gives so much powers to the engineer, such that when the employer does not make decisions in a timely manner, then the engineer's determination starts. That book removes that curtain where decision-making by the employer is mandatory, or a decision-making by the financer is mandatory before the engineer makes a decision. When you come to the other books, and this is the drive that now Kenya is approaching, we are now going into the design and build approach systems. Why are we going that way? Because we have found out that the risks allocation or the risks which are now associated with the Red Book in terms of variations that have been taking place cannot be resolved. Because we find that as we execute our contracts, we are out of time, we are out of cost. Why? We all know and acknowledge, and this has been alluded by the contractors, is that when it comes to project preparation, we don't have the luxury of time. There is a lot of expectation from the stakeholders, from the taxpayer, from government, that we need to deliver these projects within a certain time. And so the risk of not coming up with a very good bidding document is very high. Unfortunately, we have not had a database, because I believe that over time, how many projects have we delivered? Each and every project should have had a database so that we identify for this project, what are the risks? How are they mitigated? How are the claims mitigated? Unfortunately, we don't have that database. As a take-on, I believe that Kenya moving forward, we should have data analysts who will be able to come and take data over the years so that we can know what direction of what type of contracts we need to go for. Now we have the so-called design and build. Design and build, there is the yellow book and there's a silver book. The yellow book, we have not tested it so much. But the yellow book still gives the employer some leverage, because the engineer will be active in terms of contract administration of the contract. But when you come to the silver book, then you have relinquished all your powers to the contractor. And when you relinquish all your powers to the contractor, of course, they become more costly. more closely. And in fact, Silver Book, if you ask me, the Silver Book that we have been executing in this organization is not really true Silver Book. We have been having a blend of Yellow Book and Silver Book. And so the way to go now is design and build Yellow Book. Why? Because we want to mitigate against the variations that we have been having, but also it requires a very elaborate employer's requirements. The employer's requirements, of course, it means that you have to have a preliminary design, a very good indicative, a preliminary design, which is also supported by material testing, geotechnical, and also hydrological studies. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. I think you have given the advantages of both and come in the middle. That it's not either red or silver, but yellow, if I got you right. That is where we should move at. Director Gakuru, you sit at the apex of project management in Kenya. And I believe you have a fiduciary duty to be reporting to the board on a quarterly basis your portfolio, including the claims. In a snapshot as we sit here, would you just give even 5, or maybe, I don't want to limit you, the biggest drivers of claims in the portfolio of projects that you handle as Director Development? The biggest drivers of claims. Because despite what Engineer Okumu has said, despite what Director Osare and the contractors have said, they have talked about minimizing. But even with those good intentions, claims still do arise. So what are the biggest causes of claims within the portfolio that you handle as Director Development? Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Karot. Probably before I answer this question, I would like to say one word as the hosting department, that I would want to say thank you to the panelists for honoring our invitation to come and deliberate on this matter of avoiding claims and disputes. I also want to say thank you to the Department of PRC for the organization and enabling this to happen. Many thanks to those who have already presented from this morning to now. The flow is very good and we are very happy. Thank you very much to all those who have come to participate in this. We feel greatly honored for accepting our invitation. Now, to answer the question on the drivers of claims in our projects, I would like to say that the main drivers are actually arising out of lack of preparedness for the projects. And one of the main claims that we receive from our contractors is actually access to site, failure of the contractor to access site. This is mainly because we have roads, because our business is mainly roads. We have projects where we are required to have cleared the utilities along the corridor. We are also required to have compensated for land to the people who are affected by the project, and also people whose livelihoods are affected by the project. They are required to be compensated and cleared from the corridor. Yet when we are signing the contracts and giving order to commence, the site is not ready and contractors are not able to access site in good time, and claims start on the onset. You find the contractor has 3-4 months or even 6 months or even beyond. He's not been able to access site and he is expected to be working. So You find mobilization has been done, contractor is having idle equipment on site, and the claim is usually very huge. The other driver is the preparedness of the designs. In most cases, we say that we have experienced an unforeseen occurrence or event on site, and the contractor claims, for instance, on what was mentioned here earlier, on finding different conditions on the ground, on site, expected to have to find gravel, but you find is a swamp or is a very hard rock. This, sincerely, is we can't say really it is an unforeseen issue, but it's an issue that originates or comes from the design. The design having not been properly investigated and necessary measures taken and documented. Because if an alignment has not changed, you cannot explain why you found rock instead of gravel, or you found swamp, a place where it was said it is a rock. So it would indicate that our design was not properly done, carried out, or documented. Another example is a bridge where a foundation has been designed as raft or is founded on rock. But upon getting to the site, it is changed to pile foundation because the existing condition on the site is sandy, or you can't get sound rock to form the foundations of the bridge. That one, we cannot say it's actually unforeseen, but it happens. So one of the drivers is lack of designs which are proper for implementation, and therefore we find very significant design changes when we get to construction, and that one as well comes with claims. And a third one is delayed payments. That we don't have proper outlay of financing our projects, and you find a contractor has executed work, has submitted the interim payment certificates, but they are not paid within the timelines that are set in the contract. And therefore, he claims for delayed payments, and that one comes with interest on delayed payments, and at times is very huge amounts that affects the financial outlay of our project. Changes in laws, for instance, the tax changes. An example is when we had some rebate or reduction on VAT from 16 to 14, and then shortly after it was revised to 16%. That one also came with claims for additional payments. Another example on change of law is cess. You find the project is traversing several counties, and each county has different rates of cess. And they introduce these rates when the project is already being executed, and therefore the contractors are faced with the change in law within the counties that are traversed by the project, and thereby they raise claims. I think that those are mainly, or probably the statutory requirements, failure to comply with the requirements, for instance, of NEMA in good time, and therefore the project cannot start, or we get cases which are giving stoppage of the project. Cases of non-payment to PAPs, cases of failure to compensate in good time. This has always been affecting our projects, and this is loaded to the employer all the time in form of a claim. That is very biased because those claims are coming from the contractor side. I have also learned we should be claiming. We have done a counterclaim in some of our projects as the employer, but our driver for claiming on our side is more or less like a counterclaim on what contractors have claimed. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. You have given a very elaborate drivers for claims. Mr. Kimani, I'm back to you. And we indicated that we should all strive to avoid claims. But despite all that, they do arise. Even in a well-prepared contract, the claims sometimes do arise. What would be your examples of institutional shortcomings that you think exacerbate bad claims management, so much so that they end up snowballing to disputes? What institutional shortcomings currently do exist in our claims management framework that leads to disputes?
In my experience, I think it's not believing that prevention is the best cure. After you have prepared the documents, the contractor is on site, and these issues start arising, there's a serious need to be honest on the situation obtaining on the ground. I think it's instructional that you had actually an ostrich indicated on the slide there. And what you do find is project persons tend to want to put the proverbial ostrich head under the sun. You want to ignore it, you want to issue it, you want to wish it away. We probably think that if we ignore it long enough, it will go away. So that's a very big issue. And by the time you're now addressing a claim that's, again, landed on your desk, it's a bit late. I know the FIDIC 2017 and the NEC conditions mostly used in the UK have gone around that by trying to, I'll call it legislate, put actually into the conditions what is called early warning or advance warning in the 2017. In other words, the project participants have to sit periodically, monthly or so, with a register and try to foresee what problems come in. And these have to be dealt with contemporaneously at the time. This way you can manage it. Another institutional issue that I would highlight is the lack of a program. In other words, the only way I know how to maintain time on a project is by use of a program. This usually tends to be just an administrative issue. It's never quite brought to the forth. An updated program through the currency when a variation happens to ensure that it is impacted onto the program. Today, the younger generation are lucky they have all sorts of tools that do this. Gone are the days when we had to put programs on graph papers. So now you have the projects, you have Primavera, and all those issues that can help assist with the management of time. And the last one, the third institutional issue, is basically the delay in the process. So once the claim has landed on the desk, or there's a request for a variation, or a VOP claim, or what it may be, there's also a tendency also to administer that very slowly. It becomes very slowly through the hierarchy of the bureaucracy. And that impedes also dealing with the claims timeously at the time. So it becomes, the positions harden, the parties' positions become entrenched, and by that time, the claim has morphed into a huge animal that may only maybe be resolved by dispute resolution. So those would be my 3 or so points with regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimani. Maybe I'll go to Engineer Okumu. Your CV says you have worked in several jurisdictions. Maybe just for Kenha, sometimes we have a penchant for benchmarking. Are there any jurisdictions that you would actually give as examples which have the best practices in dispute avoidance or in good claim management that does not snowball into a dispute?
My experience is that contracts are based, and mainly Engineer Nyabuto took us through very competent. It basically is how we are beginning tendering, the understanding of whatever risks are in these contracts, and the preparation on how to handle them during the construction phase of the contract. There is really nothing different in other jurisdictions. I have come across, of course, one contract where the yellow dominantly, and this is advantageous because both the contractor and the employer have controls of the risks that may emanate from design and also from management of the contract, as well as payments to the contractor, because those are the issues that raise a lot of claims, a lot of disputes. So it depends on how the contract is laid out. Okay, sorry, I've just been educated kidogo on how to to use this instrument. Can I put up a claim? For time, cost. So as is really, FIDIC contracts are the same across the board. The application is the same across the board. So it mainly depends on the contract, how the outlay of the contract is, and the management of that contract, and the expectations of both the employer and the contractor. Thanks.
I think Engineer Okumu's response is telling us that we are not in a unique situation. We are all managing contracts, and the situation is the same across the other jurisdictions. Engineer Ibao, I have followed your projects, and I don't want to give you so much accolades, but I realize you have very minimal claims. What strategies do you use in, say, early stakeholder engagement and project delivery that ensures that you manage your risks throughout the project implementation phase with minimal or no claims? Because I think sometimes when Director Makodero was asking here, you raised your hand as somebody who has delivered a project at cost, on time, and without any claim. So what strategies do you deploy to ensure that you manage your contracts within cost, time, and little or no claim?
I want to borrow a word from Sangwalat, you look like you want to wish away our incoming claim. But before I say that, I think I want to add to Engineer Kimari. When it comes to institution or governance, I think that is something I want to add. I think that is also what was mentioned by Engineer Gabuto, that some of the things we can improve as a party to employer, that when it comes to communication or record keeping, I think that is the things we need to improve. As I said, I'm not wishing away our claim, but it is a suggestion that it can be considered in the future. One of it is record keeping. Record keeping, we all understand that, of course, contractor or consultant need to keep the record. But what I think the best way, and I experience elsewhere, that all contractors or consultants use the daily record together, so that whatever delays, whatever the record, it is confirmed both parties at the earliest stage. That is apart from the earlier identification of risk or risk allocation. So I think that is something that can be improved. And then the other thing is, I'm seeing that also mentioned by Engineer Gabuto, it was mentioned there, it's called detailed cost breakdown. Instead of detailed cost breakdown, I think that is something that you can mention. And I think I was being asked earlier by Engineer Omondi, how do we come out our rates? So I think in the future, you can incorporate, for example, a rate for your equipment, for our equipment, for our personnel, for material. So it is standardized in the system that when it comes to claim, you have a signed record, you have the standardized that price or rate. That's so that it's become easier. So that's what I want to suggest to as a part of this. Then let me come to your question. It is not, as I mentioned earlier, it is not our design or our wish to claim, because as I said, for example, a project taking 9 years and a project taking 3 years. Someone will be sitting there for 9 years. His career has gone for 3 projects. So it is actually a loss to contractors. So in our practice, on our personal experience, normally we are very active. As you can see, I know most of you, especially DDs, director levels, because we always talking to them. As some of the issues, like I believe that Macau, who was warning me or joke with me that please don't take our project as a sample. But I believe that he knows also, most every week or monthly, I will update him, what is the challenge we have, what is the issues, what is the issues we need to solve before learning season comes. So we are working like a team, and we believe that engagement with client is very important, including the consultants. Proper communication, not is communication in terms of program, but also communicate to the employer, the challenge, the plan, so that now employer can prepare earlier. As like Engineer Kakuru has mentioned, that there's issues of security, they may have issues of budget, so that if we know that we notify or you communicate earlier to the employer that what is our challenge, so that you prepare the employer that how we are going to improve, how we are going to expedite the progress. And of course, it is not our wish that a project going slow. You know, it is costly to the employer. As you may see, for example, a project of 10 billion, let's say 5% a year, how much in the monetary value to the employer? 5% of 10 billion is 500 million. But as a contractor, for us to stay longer, that is not only the claim cost, but of course the cost will be more. But when you come to social economic impact, it's a lot. So we always believe that the earlier completion is a loss of advantage to contractors. And from the points, from perspective of contractor, for example, a project of 7 billion or 10 billions, the average overhead a month is around 60 million. So if I can move a bit faster, or I can have a proper engagement with employer, that is a saving to us. Imagine if we finish project of 3 months ahead of time, that's a lot of money. It's almost 100 million. So that's why I believe that proactive engagement with employer is very important. But please don't wish away our claim. It's coming.
Yes, of course, we will evaluate it. And we take this moment to also appreciate our online audience and those who are here physically. You prepare your questions, because after one or two, we shall turn back to you just to also engage the panelists. Engineer Osare, the running issue is that claims will always arise. And of course, the management of them will actually help whether it is resolved or not resolved. What technical or skills are actually desirable, especially on the employer or engineer side, in ensuring that proper management of claim is effected? What specific skills would you actually propose, granted your long-term experience in project management?
Thank you, Engineer. Can I say that the first skill is correct attitude? To me, that is the first skill that in a team should be there, both from the employer, the contractor, and the engineer. But then, even as we strive to do this, let me just try and just say some little experience in other jurisdictions that Engineer Kumu talked about. In my experience in Uganda, specifically, before works goes on the ground, the site is cleared of all pubs and utilities. That's Uganda, our neighbors here. Now, I am sure that is a song to Engineer Gakuru, because there is no issue with site access. There will be no claim on site access. There will be no claim on relocation of utilities. Now, I asked myself, even as you work in these other countries, and I saw a little of that also in Malawi. There's a project we are doing in Malawi. Not as robust as Uganda, but I asked myself that in this case, you find that the contractor will, the conditions precedent to commencement. One of them is money, availability. One of them is access to site. In most cases, when we're talking about donor finance projects, money is not a problem, but access to site is a problem. And when you're doing a town project, then you find that utilities is a major hindrance to this. So in trying to manage claims and disputes, as I said in the first place, you must have a team that is really engaged and have the proper attitude. That when a claim lands on your desk, you do not automatically hit the roof that the contractor has claimed. I want to tell you an experience in Nairobi. I will not mention the contractor, but I loved the experience. I was the project director at the office, but I had no hurry for 1 year, so I moved to site, just here in Nairobi. And I would, one letter, we would exchange 10 times by the end of the day. One letter alluding to a claim. And I learned that with proper documentation, with proper, when an engineer is engaged, that's why I say the correct attitude, then you can stop. Because some of these letters the contractors write, they are basically early warning. He's telling you that, by the way, there is a problem here. And depending on how you deal with that letter, the next one is a claim notice. But if you handle the letter properly, then the contractor will say, okay, fine, probably I don't have to go here. So when you have a team that is engaged, then both the engineer and the employer, and the engineer plays a very crucial role in this. And I was in a training with some of the employers' representative, and one of the things they kept telling me, I have too much powers. And that's what FIDIC 2017, we have a lot of leverage. But I am not saying this that we are going to misuse our power. But the best way to manage a claim is the knowledge. I don't want to dwell on knowledge because I believe anybody that has gone through a university education, yes, you are not taught much of claims in the university. I don't know what the curriculum is saying at the moment, but getting conversant with FIDIC is a tool that will allow you to manage claims. But even as you get conversant with FIDIC, because you need to know all those clauses Engineer Nyabuto was talking about, what are your timelines, what are the areas, because FIDIC actually has 80 clauses that deals with claim notices as we speak today, about 80. Then it has over 40 time bars that if you don't do this by this time, you are time barred, and there are several deemed provisions that it is deemed that this has taken place. So I want to believe that, one, get conversant with FIDIC. But even once you get conversant with FIDIC, two, get conversant with your contract. You have to know your contract. When you read, and I want to employ employers and engineers that are in the house, that when you read an engineering report on page 1, please have a photochromatic mind that tells you this same thing that you are reading in page 1, in page 100, is it conflicting with each other? Because that's the problem. We have documentations that are really conflicting with each other, so that then we give gaps to claims. So get conversant with your contract, get conversant with FIDIC, and third, but not the most important, in my opinion, is have a team with the correct attitude. Then you are able to mitigate and evaluate claims expeditiously.
Thank you, Engineer. Engineer Mondi, from picking from where Engineer Sare has left, what can Kenha do to enhance its capacity? Because I think he has said, as long as you have gone to the university, is that really enough? Or there is something that Kenha can do to enhance its capacity in the management of claims to avoid disputes?
Okay, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Engineer Sare. Now, there is a policy known as a claims policy. We have many policies under Kenya. We even have the land policy, amongst so many other policies. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to appreciate all those that have been involved in developing these policies. But do we know the importance of these policies? Because these policies, if they are well drafted, can actually be regulations to law. What do I mean by this? We have the PPDA Act. We have various financiers who have their own financing models or financing agreements. Many a times, when it comes to management of these claims, we tend to take a back seat. We tend not to be associated with the final decisions. And so, when we have conflicting laws, whereby you find that the local laws conflict with the financing agreements that are in place, then we have, and we run into problems. So I would say this contract management policies or claims policies should be regulated under law. Under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, we had an activity known as MAPS. Simply MAPS means methodology of assessment of procurement systems. This activity was under KENA, but unfortunately it was also shifted to KRA. The consultant who is coming up with these particular procurement systems has already finished their works. Why these maps? It is harmonizing the various local laws with the laws of the various finances so that we can come up with laws that can be applicable whatever financer comes to finance the project. Laws that will be template, will be standard, so you don't have to look at the financing policies of the donors, you don't have to look at the PPD Act. Now, when you have a law and your claims policy is regulated under that particular act, it gives you all strength and might to be able to make certain decisions that in this particular ordinary case, you'll not be able to make certain decisions. You can imagine when you get a claim from a contractor, it is determined by the engineer, and the determination points that you need to pay billions of shillings. At my place of assignment, or the director's place of assignment, or the director general's place of assignment, it will be a very, very difficult thing to try and resolve that determination. So you will find that, and this has been proven through experience, that these claims are escalated towards disputes. Rather than you making a decision, a very firm decision, it is escalated to disputes. It goes to the DAB. From there, it goes for arbitration. From there, it goes to court. From there, it goes to final determination. Yes, washing your hands. You don't want to be part of that decision making. You don't want to be looked like you're the one who was responsible for this claim. And so we need to look into our policies, make them into laws, so that when it gives you that mandate to make that decision, you don't have to look behind your back on who is going to come after you. And so I would really encourage management that we strengthen our various policies, enact them into regulation, into law. And this, when you regulate it into law, then we'll be able to make very, very fast decisions towards resolving claims and not mutating into disputes. And I would like to submit there. Thank you.
I think we are at a point when we want to take questions from our audience. I want to know if we have a roaming mic. Maybe just raise your hand if you have a question. Yes, we have Engineer Mildred. The second question, that is from here, from this middle row. That means you are satisfied. Yes, we have a representative from IEK, the second. And whoever is checking the online audience, I don't know if you're able to establish if there are any questions. Yes. So, yeah. So just establish if there are questions. Then after Mildred, we'll have him there, the one you're standing next to. So Mildred, you go first.
Wow. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the knowledge sharing. We have been educated, and for the panels. I just have two broad questions, and this is stemming from depth of experience. So I just want to nudge into that depth of experience, and any of the panelists can take the question. One is, could we have a rule of thumb? I'm looking at, we have younger generation coming in and packaging contracts. Could we, from your own experience, a rule of thumb on, one, how to package emergency, rushed projects, The rush project may have inadequate design. The rush project may have inadequate details on the right of way. It may also have inadequate budget outlay. Just a rule of thumb, if I come across my desk that I find myself doing a rushed project where I don't have designs, I don't have the budget, I don't have the right of way, and politics is that that project must be delivered within that time frame. What rule of thumb can I use in packaging? And I'm looking at which book should I pick, or which particular clauses should I include in that document to just safeguard both the contractor and the client, or even the consultant, the engineer in managing that contract. What about the project that I have insufficient designs? No, I have sufficient design, but I have poor budget outlay. I have the design, but there's no budget. Somebody's trying to say, oh, my region must be included. He's hoping that the government will give them a budget along the way and just put it, engineer, ekatu budget tutafanya mbele. What will be the rule of thumb on what should I do with that kind of a project at packaging level? What about a well-financed, but also well-designed project? What should I look at in packaging that kind of a project? What about projects that are located in security challenging corridors? Because I'm seeing we are opening a bit of the northern corridor. What are some rule of thumb that if such kind of project land on my desk, quickly I should just know the checklist I should pick would be this, and this what would help us to have a successful project. The reason I'm saying this is we're trying to avoid claims, but we are not. Sometimes we don't have the capacity to deal with the actual elephant in the room, the budget, the right of way, emergencies, and all that. Then the second question is the place of claims manager on our projects, in the place of the DAB. Are we utilizing them? Are they benefiting us? Should we scrap off that line in our packaging? Should we move them around where the DAB place is or where the claims manager is? I know the contractor has one. Do the engineer need to have one, or do the employer need to have one? Just the place of claim management professionals within the documents that we currently have. Are we rightly placing them, or are we rightly using them? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. You ask yours.
Just
Thank you.
Allow me to interrupt. I had given a script. Please state your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name.
State your and name, and then you state the question. No explanations, please, so that we allow even the online audience to ask the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Makodero. My name is Mark Koroko, and allow me to borrow Engineer's analogy of the first instance he explained of the expansive soil, the unforeseen physical conditions. And this claim has now crystallized into a dispute, and it's before the arbitrator. Now, Engineer, in proceeding to give your award, whom will you award? What responsibility will, whose responsibility is that? That is one. Whose liability is it? And how do you apportion the blame? Secondly, this is to Engineer Omondi on EPC and turnkey projects. What is the position when a claim has been brought about by geopolitical tensions, which leads to delay of particular materials coming into the country? And how do you handle such claims? Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have also received some comments and questions. Allow me to read. Engineer Stanley Mawasi. Engineer Stanley Mawasi is our colleague, just left service 1 or 2 years ago. He says, good morning, fellow engineers. Best practice requires that a detailed work breakdown structure, WBS of the works, be done leading to contractual works program, equipment, and personnel deployment, which is approved by the engineer and later used by the contractor to justify their claim. I think he buttresses the assertion by QS Kimani on the availability of program, because that is what you are able to monitor and establish if there are issues that you may want addressed. Engineer Motea says during tender evaluation and contract negotiation period, good opportunity is provided to flag out potential areas of conflict and resolve them. Please comment. And this I will give to Engineer Omondi. During tender evaluation and contract negotiation period, good opportunity is provided to flag out potential areas of conflict and resolve them. I think it adds on to what Engineer Ibao indicated in terms of the issue of questions and addressing the concerns. So first, Engineer Mildred has asked a question on what rule of the thumb exists in packaging projects which were emergency or rushed. And she has elaborated, I don't want to belabor, because you are told we want this project, there is no budget, there is no design, there is no right of way. But our objective is to minimize claims and or disputes. So how do we package? Because these are the issues which have been raised, and yet they are the ones we are grappling with. Perhaps I'll give the director an opportunity to respond to this question. The first one on what tools or what rule of the thumb do exist. And maybe Engineer Sare, you will also assist in answering that, even as you ask, what is the place of a claims manager and or a dispute board or dispute tribunal in our contracts? Because if we manage it, their space is not there. Yeah, I think that's what Engineer Mildred is saying, that if we manage, their space is not there. So do we actually need them? Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Carrot. Thank you very much for those who have asked these questions. Engineer Mildred, if I gotten your question is, if you have an emergency project where you don't have a design and you don't have the finances, how would you package that project? I think this goes back to where we were saying that each of the tools or the FIDIC documents that are applied are addressing specific risks that usually come with projects. And this one, according to me, would go to a situation where the employer would want the contractor to also take the risk of design. So the Red Book probably would not have been very appropriate, because Red Book stipulates that the employer or the owner of the project has the design, and we will be providing an implementable design which is fully detailed. In absence of that, then you would go to Silver Book or Yellow Book. And again, it would depend on whether a similar project or near similar project has been implemented before, and you could follow the procedure that is found to have applied in that case. For a project that is sufficiently designed and with the funds, that one we have always been going for Red Book, and has been proved to have worked for us. The risks are minimal there. The risks will be in other areas other than design and funding. I think on security challenged corridors, I will request for some support from Engineer Omondi. He has got very high experience from one of our corridors. Probably you could assist there, Engineer Omondi.
Okay. Let me attempt to answer what kind of packaging you require on a security challenged corridor. Well, again, it goes back to the type of FIDIC conditions of contract that you want to look into. If I might be very basic, if you have a security challenged area, then there's the green book, and also there's a FIDIC conditions of contract that you can actually is used by the UN agencies. Because if you go for the design and build option, as an example, if you go for EPC, and a small scare happens, then you're in big trouble. Because the contractor will even invoke force majeure. Similarly to Yellow Book. And so, you might think of Red Book, and then ensure that your special specifications or your particular conditions of contract mitigate against those security challenges. We have, of course, managed one or two projects under those conditions. And so experience from how we mitigated against those risks is very, very key. And this again calls for the database. How do we compile all this data? What happened on the LAPSEC project? What happened on the Lamu Access Development Project? What happened on the Horn of Africa? It's very, very key so that we consolidate the experiences so that we can be able to manage future projects in that line. Since I have the mic, if you may allow me to also answer the two other questions that were directed to me. My friend there asked a political question. Because it was on geopolitical tensions. And so I'll attempt to answer the question as a politician. I want to give you an example. We know the current situation in the world. Let me take bitumen as an example. You know, bitumen sources are limited in the world. We have the Middle East, we have the Americas, we have Europe, and lately we have Africa in Nigeria. So if a contractor brings in a claim that he cannot be able to source bitumen from South America because of tankers disappearing in the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean, or a contractor says he cannot be able to access the Suez Canal because of tensions within that region, then the contractor has to justify his claim because there are other sources of bitumen. We have Shell in Europe. They produce very good bitumen. We have Nigeria under the Dangote Group, which is now producing bitumen. Have they looked at those sources? And so that claim would be thrown out as it came in. I hope I've answered your question. Okay. The other question was that during the tender evaluation or contract negotiations, it gives good opportunities really to resolve downstream conflicts because of lessons learned of implementing various projects. I would say, let me start off during negotiations. During negotiations, it's very difficult to change the basic provisions under the contract. As an example, if under the contract you are using a price index of a certain year, and then you want to change that price index after the contractor has put in his bid, it becomes very difficult to negotiate that. You can only negotiate maybe sources of indices and even the value of those indices. That is what you can negotiate. But the actual baseline index is very difficult. So when it comes to tender evaluation, and this now calls into the move of trying to go the design and build way, especially the Yellow Book. Because the Yellow Book, and now we are going we are actually, the financiers are now adopting, especially the World Bank, is adopting the rated criteria. What it means that the rated criteria, the contractor is expected to come up with a method statement and also to come up with a financial outlay. The method statement will take about 70% of the marks. 30% of the financial outlay is only 30%. And so different contractors will come up with different methodologies. And at that particular time of tender evaluation, we will leverage on what really suits us as an employer so that we can be able to sieve those contractors who might give us an option that looks very, very low on paper. But when you look at downstream effects, then you can be able to you might be able to lose a lot. And so design and build approach will be able to answer that. We, as Kenya, we do encourage also in participation of the various consultants to come and also join us during the negotiations. And this has been ongoing. In fact, we have projects, both works and services, that we involve the consultants so that we can be able to come up with a very, very good signed contract agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just, in a simple way, there is cause and effect. Newton's third law of motion, that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Now, Engineer Mildred, thumb rules could be there, but please just note that when you act, there will be a reaction. In this sense, I understand where you're coming from, that we are in a political environment. Sometimes you have to package projects in a political environment. Now, what we realize is that the most important thing is to allocate the risk. And as you allocate the risk, know that the reaction will be equal and opposite, in the sense that if you don't have a properly designed project, we, in most cases, tend to pass the risk to the contractor. And when the contractor is going to price, he's going to price for that risk. For example, when we were doing a road here in Nairobi, since we were not sure in third world countries like ours, you don't even know where water lines is, you don't know where electricity lines are, we passed the risk of relocation to the contractor to identify, look for subcontractors, relocate, but we only pay. But then the contractor had to price for it. So in a case where you are pressed, you don't have a proper design, you will note that you will allocate risks accordingly, but then it will come at a price to your pocket as the employer. Of course, on a properly designed project, automatically it becomes cheaper. So the thumb rule is to know where to allocate the risk. It hurts more when it comes in as a claim, because in most cases, the employer does not have a pot somewhere, sitting somewhere, that this is to be used for paying claims because this project is rushed. But then if you allocate rightly, then it will come as part of the contract, and it would be easy for you as a project manager or a contract manager in that case to be able to have it easier in administering the contract. So we just need to learn how to allocate our risk in the document and apportion who does what. DAB, dispute board. I think, in my opinion, they have a place in our projects. And I want to give an example of a project without mentioning, where by the end of the project we had 100 claims. Now, in this particular project, many of the times we did not go into full dispute because the DAB concurred with the engineer's evaluation. And even any contractor, when the engineer has ruled and the DAB has concurred, very few contractor will escalate this dispute into arbitration, because when two different independent parties have already concurred in an opinion, it is very difficult for the contractor to go into arbitration. Unlike where you only have the engineer, sometimes they have moved to stage 3 where the ostrich is chasing the little boy. They don't see eye to eye. The engineer will make, in my opinion, in most cases, a very concise determination. But the contractor, because they don't like the face of each other, will just escalate, even without considering the merits of the engineer's determination. So, to be precise, DAB has a role, and we should encourage DABs in our projects, because it gives second opinion to the engineer's ruling in case the contractor enters an NOD, which in most cases they do, but whenever they enter notice of dissatisfaction, dispute board has a place in our projects. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. As we come to the tail end, there was an online participant who had wanted to ask questions. Can you put him or just unmute him, Engineer Odede? You have the mic, please. Yes, engineer, go ahead. You'll have to start afresh. I think we are not hearing you. Sure.
The engineer supervising the contractor gets an automatic extension of time. In this era where we have high competitive interest jobs and probably there are no jobs for our engineers, let me be probably the devil's advocate. What is stopping the conflict of interest if the engineer knows that if he gives the contractor or he recommends to the client to award an extension of time, then automatically it comes with his or her own extension of time. And for the engineer, it's automatically that for the extension of time, there is a cost element attached to it. How do we then resolve this conflict of interest where it seems like at times the contractor, the supervising engineer also benefits when the claim is awarded to the contractor? Where do we draw the line? How do we handle this conflict of interest? Thank you.
Engineer Okumu, would you respond to that? You heard him, eh?
Thank you, moderator. I didn't get the full question, but the issue of conflict of interest, that the engineer awards time because he will also have time retrospectively, and therefore his contract will be extended. I believe engineers are responsible professionals who should act professionally, and the resident engineer would actually not be the only person to look at this claim. So there's a third step or a second step after the RE does the analysis and makes a recommendation for time extension. So it is unethical, to say the least, that an engineer worth his salt should think of giving himself more time on a contract by not evaluating the contractor's EOT claim fairly and accurately. I think it comes back to attitude of the engineer that handles that claim. But really, I don't think there's anything else that can be said or done. I mean, we are supposed to act professionally and not for our own interest in this case. And the engineer also, the resident engineer who does the evaluation also has his bosses ahead of him who should capture that and do the necessary disciplinary or take the necessary disciplinary actions if this comes out in the open. I believe that's all I can say about that. The DAB, I think Engineer Salmon has handled properly. And their duty or their responsibility is really not to adjudicate claims after they've been determined by the engineer. One of their main duties is to avoid claims avoidance or avoidance of disputes. So a claims manager and DAB acts to avoid disputes. The first person actually who acts to even prevent claims from happening, it should be the contractor. Because a contractor, just like Engineer Salmon has said, should notify the engineer that there is an issue. But in that notification, I believe he should also say, he will describe what the issue is and also give an opinion on what he thinks is best to be done to alleviate that problem or to stop that problem from escalating into a claim. But the contractors are here. There's something in the FIDIC document. There's a clause, value engineering, and this demands that all the parties work in the interest of the project, not their own. So the contractor should be able to identify issues or risks, outline them to the engineer, discuss, and then a solution should be found before it escalates to a claim. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I think, colleagues, we appreciate that it has been a very beneficial engagement. Some of the issues that have been flagged out today, in order for us to even avoid claims, is to do proper project preparation. Clear right of way. Of course, preparation includes design. Is have thorough knowledge of the contract you are implementing. And not just that knowledge, but the FIDIC form that you are using. And then, of course, as Engineer Omondi has indicated, let us strengthen our policies and ensure that they are consistent with the other existing and emerging policies, whether it's at the government level or even at the development partner level. Dear colleagues, I want to grant our panelists an opportunity just to perhaps give their final thoughts as we come to a close. You may not believe it that we have been seated here for 2 hours. And unfortunately, I don't know, I'm being guided by my floor manager. Yeah, I'm being informed that we have 2 of our audiences who have online, who have raised their hands. And because we are all inclusive, we would want to give hands to Dr. George. Maybe you unmute and ask your question, after which we shall have Engineer Mawasi also to raise his questions. After we respond to that, I will request that we grant our panelists an opportunity to give their final thoughts on our engagements, and perhaps just tell us which of the projects they have implemented, which they can really recall as having been properly managed. And you know, when you give a good example, even a bad example is also good, because we also end up learning from it. Yeah, without mentioning parties. So we go first to Dr. George. Unmute and ask the question.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me time. I'm in Malawi, Lilongwe, and I wanted to comment actually on 2 items. One is on the design as work goes on. In Malawi, we have done that several times, where the consultant is chosen, given 3-4 months head start, and the contractor begins work 3 months behind. And the contract is managed FIDIC Red Book, and therefore the employer tasks the engineer to have the drawings ready for 5 kilometers at least for the contractor to follow on. That's one comment. The other one is on materials. An answer, a comment was made that sometimes the supply line is broken, like we are having some broken in this time we are in, and the contractor finds himself unable to receive the supplies he had planned for. The position taken was that the contractor ought to look in other areas. I wanted to ask if that can be reviewed, because a contractor may not have the connections and history relationships that he had built upon when he did the tendering. It would be therefore very difficult for him to turn around, just like we are finding even governments are having difficulties doing so. I think that view, we could look at it and see the challenges that all parties would have or are having in situations like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. George, all the way from Lilongwe, Malawi. I think the issues are 2, and perhaps one of them addresses Mildred. Oh, Mildred has gone. The issue of how do you handle emergencies? You give a lead to the consultant, maybe a few months to design before you onboard the contractor. And then the issue here was raised by Engineer Omondi in terms of materials. And that was geopolitics, as was raised by comrade seated there. in terms of issues of relationships. Perhaps you will address yourself to it. Engineer Mawasi, please. Engineer Mawasi, please. You have the mic. Maybe we may not get him. Maybe we respond to these two concerns, and I want to ask Kimani on the issue of design as a contract goes on. Is it an opportunity to minimize issues of claim, design a lead time for designers before the contract actually commences, and then the issue of supply line. And Ibao, you'd be in a position to respond to this, that you have established a relationship, and then there is a challenge, like Engineer Omondi indicated. And then you submit a claim, and you are told there are very many other alternatives which you should have looked for. How would you handle that issue of the supply? So Kimani, perhaps you start with the design as contract goes on.
Yes, and I do agree with Dr. George that that is an innovative way of handling the conundrum raised by Engineer Mildred. In fact, if I have an experience of where you have inadequate budgets, you have inadequate access, you have inadequate design and drawings done, the employers will arrange it in packages. In other words, you have preliminary works that maybe don't need a lot of design. I'm talking here maybe site clearance and water view, and you're able to award that as a package separately. In fact, my experience, I think, was in Botswana, where they wanted to promote the employment of the locals. So actually, under a road contract, you're made aware, you have to quote for the two alternatives. Number one, the equipment intensive one, and alternatively, a labor intensive one that starts at the outset. They wanted to increase their employment. So I've seen this happening a lot with heavy civil and engineering contracts, where you arrange it in terms of packages. You have earlier packages. In fact, the employer alerts you that the design is not complete, it is ongoing. You quote for these works. It may start at month X. By that time, the design will be ready, but we need to plug in, to have your prices locked in at that time. So I do agree with Dr. George that, yes, this works very well when you don't have all parameters regarding access, budget, design secured. I'd also want to slightly expand my response to include the claims manager. Maybe this falls within what, and the NEC contract, I think, has introduced a stage that is equivalent to the FIDIC 2017 mentioned by Engineer Nyabuto. And the first phase is actually the consultation and agreement stage. Now, the difference with the NEC is that they request you at tender stage to name senior representatives from each organization who are not necessarily involved in the day-to-day running of the project. So they come in before the DAB takes in the issue wholesomely. And you have to name them, and they have a limited time within which they have to sit and consult and decide a certain issue. And that is very equivalent to the clause 3.7, I think, in the 2017, where it actually gives the engineer, I think, 42 days where his first action is to get a submission from the contractor, get a submission from the employer on a certain issue, and arrange a consultation, either with them being present or not, so that, or consulting one after the other, so that in 42 days, if there's something reached, then only the issues that are unresolved go to his determination. So that may assist. It's a step before the DAB, which, as you're well aware, I think as contractors, we are also unwilling to engage them since they seem to be an added expense to the whole matter. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Engineer Ibao?
Thank you, moderator. I believe that for a sort of a project, material supply is really very important. With sufficient equipment and personnel, you will not succeed if you are not of material. So normally we plan ourselves when it comes to project implementation. So we prepare our material plan earlier enough, and then from the material plan, we identify where is the risk, where is the challenge, so that we prepare ourselves early enough. And then in most of cases that we have, especially for major material, we have 2-3 suppliers, so that now if one cannot supply, the other one can come back to supply the materials. And also, most of the project now is sourcing material from Kenya. So I believe that apart from bitumen, we had to source it from outside the country, but like steel, cement, gravels, sand, those are from the local. So I don't think that is a big challenge for contractors. Of course, there's some time that, especially during the COVID time, that we are having challenge of shipping lines, that we have issues when it comes to delivery time. So those are the risks that we identify, but in some cases, of course, it is out of our controls, that the shipping lines, at some time that containers, the cost is coming from 1,500 to 2,000 or 6,000 per container from China to here or from Europe to here. So that is the risk that normally we identify. And also that is why you can see that in the recent years, the VOP index has gone down a lot. It is because geopolitics, yes. So it really has impact to the supply of material. And then I think that is also that, as I said, we normally have 2-3 supply for each of the items so that we diversify the risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Engineer Osare, there's a question which has come and I've been told we perhaps handle it as the last question. Considering that clause 3.7 of the 2017 FIDIC gives engineer a wide platform to make fair determination. Considering that clause 3.7 of the FIDIC gives the engineer a wide platform to make fair determination. In your personal practice, how do you reconcile the balance between being contractually fair and human sympathy? Yes. And he is given a scenario. In a case where you perhaps have witnessed prolonged employer costs hardships to the contractor, but the causal link to the issue is weak. And you are actually the engineer in most of our projects. So what we are asking, is there a situation where you have engaged your emotional mind in making a fair determination, considering that the employer perhaps has caused some distress in making that fair determination? I hope I captured the question correctly. Yes.
Okay, engineer. Remember when I spoke earlier, I said the 3 things: know your contract, know your FIDIC, and have the correct attitude. Now, in my experience, I want to say that engineers, I just want to use the word all of them, I suppose, because Engineer Mondi also brought it out very clearly that we are responsible. So we know clearly when to remove emotions from our determinations. I always use this example and say that remember you are operating within set rules and conditions. So there is no way, unless you do not know your contract and you do not know your FIDIC, that you'll make a ruling that will not go through the next step, because the client will also look at the same, and DAB, if it gets there, will also look at the same. So I don't expect an engineer to make a ruling not backed by contract conditions because of emotions, because he will be embarrassed. So if you want to avoid being embarrassed, you must rule or determine in accordance with the set conditions that governs the contract that you are administering. So I have no doubt in my mind that in our determinations, we use the contract conditions to make the determinations, because we want to do the next project. I want to remind the client that all engineers, as we work knowing that we want to also again come to you for the next project. So the least that will happen to us is to make a ruling for the instant, for the emotions, to support the contractor at the expense of our CVs, at the expense of our next project. That really controls and guides what we do today, because tomorrow is still coming. Thank you.
Maybe, engineer, you have said part of your qualification as an engineer is removing your emotions. Otherwise, if you are still emotional, perhaps you have not yet ascended to the level of the engineer, especially in regard to claims. Engineer, you have the mic. Perhaps just share with us your final thoughts in regards to the subject of today's discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I must admit that all the questions you've asked we never prepared for, but any panelist will prepare for their closing remarks. Whether you got a chance to speak or not, you will always have a closing remark. Very quickly, I just want to state that roads always remembers what institutions choose to forget. A road project will remember what Kena, Kera, Kura, or whichever authority chooses to forget. That in any project, we should have proper planning and budget allocation. In any project, we should make sure that designs are done properly, where the specs, the general conditions of contract, the particular conditions of contract, the BOQ, the drawing, all speak to each other. Number 3, in any project, because the road will remind you, we must make sure that in our procurement, we reward excellence. Because if you don't, it will remind you at a later stage. In any project, we need adequate, independent, or quality assurance, not just signatures. Do proper quality assurance, the team that comes on site. And I remember the team that comes there must be thorough in what they do, because you remember the buildings that collapses, sorry to say that you could find the quality assurance team that goes there, they just ask where to sign and they go back. If that happens, the road will remind you. Number 5, please empower your engineers. And I'm speaking as one of them, that as I also said, that we have removed emotions from our decisions, but we need the client to empower us. We need a client that supports what we do on the ground. It's a very dicey situations that we find ourselves in as the engineer, that you are supposed to be independent, yet the person that you are supposed to rule again or concur with is your employer. So at the same time, sometimes they remind us that, remember, I'm the employer when we want to make some decisions. Please empower your engineers. Number 6, timely payment to contractors and engineers or consultants is key to avoiding disputes. Number 7, timely payment of PAPs and relocation. We need to do that correctly. And then this is to us as the engineer, timely evaluation and award, determination of claims. And number 9, I want to add one condition precedence to commencement, that all the above. All the above, the 8 points should be conditions precedent to commencement. Not only the 3 that are listed under FEDIC clause 2.1, which is talking about access to site. Then even when you talk about evidence of credit, you just write a letter and say that there is credit, money is available, and then you say site is accessible. If we can add this, all 8 as another condition precedent to commencement, then we'll have projects which are easy to administer from the onset until the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. My take home is all the 8 are summarized in, I think it was point number 3. Roads choose to remember what entities decide to forget or they avoid. Whether it is in quality, whether it is in money, whether it is in everything, it will remind you. Engineer Iba, your final thoughts.
Thank you so much, moderator, panelists, directors, and friends. It is a pleasure to be here. I know we are 2 here, so it's very pleasure. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I believe my 19 years in Kenya is today's experience additional to my 19th years in Kenya. It's very good learning experience having today. So I just want to wrap up. I would like to stress that contractors do not create disputes or claims and disputes. We usually end up to dealing with consequence of insufficiency. So we believe that today's discussion, including that with the clear contract governance, fair risk allocation, and earlier planning, more transparent claims, engagement management, practice using idea. And I think I want to add one thing that addition to Engineer Osade said. It has been a pleasure, Engineer, sitting here. Our project is one of the projects with one is Engineer Makodero is one of the teams. So we are the one finished earlier. It is because good team, but I believe it's very good points of good attitude to the contract, to the works, and to consider the need of employer. So I think that is what I want to say. When it comes to project implementation, I think there's one thing I would like to emphasize, that value engineering is not that to suit the contractor's need, but it's also good for the clients. It's going to have contract a lot when it comes to value engineering. I believe some of our directors who has worked with us before can feel that value engineering has really added a lot to the project, and avoiding unnecessary claims. As I said, if we have all those points that are being implemented or being considered, that most of the issues can be resolved at the project level instead of ending up to court or arbitration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer. Maybe I want us to give a round of applause. Having dealt with Ibao, Engineer Ibao is one of the managing directors who attend site meetings faithfully. Yeah, you know some of the issues, Director, you mentioned it. If the director who makes decision is sitting in glass-sealed houses, and the information has to be sieved by another person. But I've seen Engineer Ibao attending meetings, regardless of the value of the project, whether the project is less than $1 billion or 10 billion. He makes time. Congratulations, Engineer. Let's give him a round of applause. Yes, Mr. Kimani, your final thoughts?
Yes, I'll start by recognizing Engineer Gakuru, Engineer Cherono, Engineer Nyabuto, moderator, all engineers present, distinguished guests. We do not take this invitation lightly. In fact, when my colleague here said we are only two, I think what he meant was we are two contractors present here. So I think that points to the honesty of the discussion that you wanted to have, because we are usually the protagonists. But on the other hand, I sit here as a representative of HYang, which is a very huge team, also employing many engineers, many quantity surveyors, many construction professionals. And we are led by our team leader, who's also an engineer, Joseph Swashman, who's also very well known to you. So to them all, I pass my regards, and I want to thank you very much for this invitation. We do not take it lightly. We prepared, we had a lot of information, we had material for the whole day. But in concluding, I also want to say we have had a very long, good relationship with Kenha. HYang has done several projects for Kenha. In all those projects, sometimes we have minor understandings, but nothing has remained unresolved. We have no single unresponded to letter or issue. So I think we have identified what Engineer Nyabuto and I have had as the theme of this conference, that collaboration and communication. That has always happened, and we are only here because of the support we receive from our employers, Kenha. So to that we say thank you very much, and we look forward to more projects, better working, better understanding. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause to Kimani. And you also register our appreciation to Joseph Schwarzman, who actually on invitation said, I think Kimani is the best man for the job today. Engineer Okumu.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, moderator. I join Bwana Kimani here in saying that we don't take the invitation for to this forum lightly. It has been a big learning forum for even us, the panelists. My closing remarks are a few only. Engineer Salmon, I think, has listed 10 out of 10, so to say. Now, I would like to state that I come here in representing the bank, the World Bank. But what I've said so far is just my experience and my knowledge on claims and contract management and disputes issues. It has come out clearly that the problem of claims emanate from the preparation of documents or documentation for our projects. And it points to the need for targeted and specific training by our learning institutions on these areas. I know we come out of the university as engineers, civil engineers, mechanical, and so on. But over and above that, because we are going to deal with issues that affect more than just straightforward civil engineering, we need to get more training in this area, particularly of claims and disputes. Then in preparing documents, we need to assign risks properly or appropriately so that the contractor is able to cost them. I think risks, there are many forms of risks, and what the contract should avoid are ambiguous risks that are not well defined in the contract, because those are the ones that drive claims and disputes. Record keeping has been mentioned. Records should be kept and maintained by both parties, the contractor on site and the resident engineer's team. But at the end of the day, those records must be agreed by both parties and signed off so that they become an agreed record. When claims come, then they can be used without any party coming up with disputes. Adequate budgetary provisions, I think that has been tackled, and it causes a lot of delays and then claims and cost increase. The World Bank also has an input right at the tail end of this process, because they are required most of the time, especially on projects that are funded by them, to give no objections on these claims. So they also have a look at them at the tail end and give their opinion or their no objection to that. Others, thank you very much, moderator, and Kenna, Development Department, for inviting the bank to be part of this and play an active role. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Engineer Okumu. Thank you. Engineer Omondi.
Okay, first of all, let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank Engineer Chirono, the Director of PRC, and also Engineer Gakuru, the Director of Development, for having given me this opportunity to come and share knowledge and experiences. Yesterday, we were in a meeting with Engineer Gakuru, handling security matters, and then we got a call from Engineer Chirono reminding us of this edition. And in fact, my immediate response was, oh, we are in a meeting and there are some next steps, follow-ups that is required today. And I think he just implored that, please just come over so that we can be able to share knowledge and experience. Now, we are privileged to have ESEC. We have ESEC here. We have the Institution of Arbitration. We also have EBK and we have IK. And I want to excite you a little bit. Today's topic was on Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Board. These are 3 member persons that are identified before the contracts are signed off. And when you sign the contracts, these members have to be in place. If you have been following the membership of this DAAB, it is very, very clear in the financing agreements that the constitution of this DAAB will not be from the country of the contracting entity. Meaning, if you have a contractor from China, then any of those DAAB members will not be from China. Likewise, if the contracting authority, the employer, is from Kenya, then you will not have any of those members be be citizens of Kenya. Now, I had the privilege of onboarding these DAB members on the Isiolo Mandera project, especially on package 1. And then you find that the membership of the DAB members, one is from Zambia, one is from Netherlands, and another one is from Australia. Zambia, Netherlands, Australia. And when I went and Googled all FIDIC accredited adjudicators, I can't remember seeing any Kenyan. When I Googled and saw the president's list of FIDIC, I can't remember seeing any Kenyan. And I had a session with these DAB members. And my question was, how can we be able to bring our Kenyan brothers and sisters, engineers, to this board? Having very, very clear narrations in the financing agreement that you cannot have any of the DAB members in the contracting country. And then, after very, very long discussions, we found a way of how we can embed ourselves to be part and parcel of this membership. And the only way is to try and navigate your way to become listed as a FIDIC accredited adjudicator, and possibly even become a member of the FIDIC's President's Association. And the way is this. In all our contracts that we are developing, please put a deputy, a Kenyan deputy, as a DAAB member. The deputy will be able to run the contract management on a day-to-day basis on behalf of the lead DAB member, and the experience which has been gotten in running several of these DAB assignments will lead you into becoming accredited as a FIDIC adjudicator. And I think we need to take very, very elaborate steps and start doing that now, so that in the future, also the Kenyans would be able to adjudicate issues in Asia, in Europe, and more in Africa. I think when we go that way, then we'll be able to expand our sphere and also claim our space in the global market. And I want to leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director, for the challenge. I believe Engineer Chirono was listening and smiling because he has committed to me that within this year he will be in the president's list. Yeah, so I'm waiting for him after. I don't want to go before my director. Yeah, so Engineer Chirono. And maybe just to the contractors, we called you because it is called knowledge sharing. And we also must do introspection because the problems are real. We experience them. So you see, we have to know where is the root cause and how do we avoid so that we manage our relationships. Director, I want to give you an opportunity to say your final remarks before we come to a close. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Moderator. I would like to start my comment by probably quoting a wise line that says that resolve your issues with your opponent or legal opponent before you get to the judge. Because when you get beyond there, the issues will be different. The consequences will be very high. And that is in Matthew 5, chapter 5, 25 and 26. You go and read. So it's a good readance. It is resonating well with the topic of today, where we are talking of managing claims and avoiding disputes. With that, I want to thank you, all the panelists, again. I believe we have impacted very well with the participants. The topic was very, very interesting, and we could not actually exhaust it. We can talk and even extend to another day. But it is a very, very interesting topic. This is especially for KENHA and other agencies, our sister agencies, because our work, one of our main core business is to manage claims and avoid the disputes, because we want to minimize costs to our projects. And therefore, KENHA takes this issue very seriously in a committed way. I want to inform you that the management of KENHA really takes project management, that is including claims management and avoidance of disputes, in a very serious way. And a lot of effort goes into training our engineers and other staff on handling the issues of claims and disputes, because we have noted there is need for that within the people working with in Kenya. We are also looking forward to having probably a time when we will declare zero disputes in our projects. And that can only be achieved by all the points you have listed, ensuring that we comply with what is required for the contracts. I don't want to repeat, but we are addressing each and every of those points. And going forward, we will confidently meet the zero dispute, goal of Kenya. I don't want to say much. I know we have been here for a long period, but I want to appreciate each and every one of you, those who have participated physically and those who have joined us online, for that very active engagement in these discussions and this knowledge sharing. It is my hope that we have matched the bar that was set by our maintenance department. The discussions today, I hope, have really impacted the way we want. We are looking forward to much more engagements. And please, if we are invited in the future, in the next one, don't say that just the other day I was there, I will not. Please come. We want to pass this knowledge to as many as possible, especially the young engineers in the authority, because they are the ones who will be taking up where we will pass the baton. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the organizers for this distinguished opportunity to be a moderator. I believe it has been impactful, and I want to hand it over to the MC to give us further direction.
A round of applause, a round of applause. In some quarters, you will hear someone say, what a topic, okay? What a panel, what a discourse. We want to thank you, each and every one of you. You have been a wonderful panel, and the moderator has been excellent. Let's give them a round of applause. Director, you have fit the bill. Development has fit the bill. You shouldn't be worried at all. You have fit the bill, and for the first time, we have had an international panel. Do you agree? No, do you agree? Now let's appreciate that for that. We have had an international panel. We have our very own Yibao here. We had someone from the audience, contribute, and who is out of the country. So it's truly been international. And I will challenge IK, EBK, and I think even PRC. We need to find a way of structuring this so that whoever attends this gets some CPD points, because I think we keep raising the bar high as we progress. I'm sure 9th and 10th editions will just be a blast. Allow me to welcome the director, PRC, Engineer Cherono, to come on stage, take it on from here, and then thereafter we'll have a vote of thanks and we'll just come to a close. As he does that, I'll wish to bring to our attention that we have a platform for feedback. So we'll be projecting the link and the QR code you can scan and give us feedback regarding today's event. Asanteni sana na karibu, director.
Wow, you have been seated for the last 4 to 5 hours. So I'm standing between you and your lunch. And I open my team. I hope there's lunch. So please do not leave before you grab a meal. First of all, allow me to sincerely appreciate my team. Please, my team from PRC, Smameni. Where's Geoffrey? You could have received an email or a message from Geoffrey. That is Geoffrey. These are the uncelebrated heroes. And Dr. Victoria, Dr. Engineer Victoria Okumu. Now, I did indicate earlier on that we are on our 8th knowledge sharing forum. Just a quick recap. The first one was enhancing bridge management systems, lessons learned from Japan. The second one was enhancing quality assurance and control on road construction and maintenance. The third forum was innovative technologies and eco-friendly material utilization in road construction to enable sustainability and durability of infrastructure. Then we had the fourth being the public-private partnership in the road sector. The fifth was the road safety practices in Kenya. Number 6 was lessons learned from authority, court cases, and legal matters. Number 7 was contemporary issues and opportunities in highway maintenance and lessons learned from Corridor B. Then today we have done the avoidance of contract disputes, demystifying management of claims, of extension of time, cost, and profits. The next forum will be in March. This time we'll go on the soft issues, and I want to request that we all come to support the team from corporate services. We'll be looking at practices in public finance management and also in procurement and lessons learned from the construction industry that we do as Kenha. So that is a forum that will come up in March. And subsequent to that, I think we will move to a regional conference for roadside stations, because we run a country where if you drive from Mombasa all the way to Malaba, it will be very difficult for you to get a place to rest, to charge your vehicle if you are driving an electric car, a place where you can grab a meal in a much organized roadside stations. So we will want to attract the region, the contractors, the developers, to be able to develop such facilities across our network. To our online audience and to the students, please, FIDIC is not the only form of contract that we use in the construction industry. So please read beyond the red book, the green, the silver book, and all the other books. Now, before we award, I want to make a very, very special recognition of our senior, Engineer Paul Omondi. Please, Engineer Simama. This could be your last public engagement as an employee of Kenha, having faithfully served this country for more than 35 years. And we really thank you for the service. But after my phone call yesterday to you, you tried to go the Moses way. No, you are slow in speech, and you know I don't talk very well. But I can see Engineer Okumu as a replacement. So I hope in the coming years, you will continuously come to this room and to many other forums to share your experience. I'll tell you, there's nothing as good and so blessed as sharing your knowledge with other people who are coming up. When I joined the ministry some years back, Engineer Omondi was younger than me. And now he is living. Now it means I'm probably as old as how Omondi was when I was joining the ministry. So when I leave, you, young generation, the team that is here, will be standing in this podium. And some of us, perhaps, if God is gracious enough, will be sharing our experience the way we have done during this forum. So, Engineer Omondi, congratulations for your many years. Makofi. And you may not know if you've driven on Southern Bypass. When I came to this city, there was no Southern Bypass. And I came to know that Omondi was the brain behind the Southern Bypass, which was the first greenfield road around this city. And when I joined, there was no tarmac between Isiolo and Mandera. And gracefully, Engineer Omondi has left this country with a few kilometers of road or many kilometers of road between Isiolo and Mandera. And engineer, going forward, I know the enormity of that problem. So God give you strength. God give you, open your tongue so that you are not slow to speak, and we'll invite you many times. I saw Engineer Moasi on the line. This is kind of experience that we would want to share with many of our teams. Asante, Engineer. So, I don't know whether Engineer Mutilili is still in the room. Karibu, just join me. Now, as she comes, somebody mentioned about CPD points. We had actually intended that this would have under some 4 or 5 CPD points. The only challenge that we did have is we're still in the process of registering with EBK as a CPD provider. So we are concluding that exercise. I hope when we move to the next forum, we should be able to get there. CEO EBK, please, you will help me to award these teams. Sorry. Evelyn, karibu. As Evelyn comes, I'll tell you that one of the life skills for engineers is dispute resolution. If you don't have that skill, please attain it pole. And these good people will be able to help. Now, in the president's list of FIDIC, we have the first Kenyan, Engineer Paul Karekezi, and we have Paul. Paul is in the list, and I hope as this gentleman transit also from the active supervision, they can offer services to those institutions in terms of helping those projects. There will be some certificates, so you will help me to award the certificates to the panelists. Photograph. So, director, please. So, engineer, for director, you want to award Engineer Gakuru. Engineer Gakuru? Yeah. No, you'll do. Yeah. Engineer Gakuru. Then Engineer Karol. Start Engineer Gakuru, then Karol. Yeah. So, cameraman, that's okay? Engineer Karot. Shika certificate vizuri. Yeah. Then Engineer Omondi. Picture, you face the camera. President, the camera, yeah. Okay, let me now, Engineer Osare. Yeah, it's okay. Money.
Yes, Mr. Anthony Kimani. Engineer Wu Yebao. Engineer Kevin Nyabuto. Yeah, Engineer Makodero can also be coming. No, this is wrongly named.
So, thank you, everybody. Maybe just to my colleague, Dr. Victoria, to give a last vote of thanks and a closing prayer.
Thank you. I think before I give a vote of thanks, I would request our panelists to step down so that I don't give you my back. Thank you very much. Thank you. Round of applause as they go down. Okay, I am reminded that we take a photo first. So before I give the vote of thanks, kindly let us take a photo. Director. Our corporate team and the IT team will help us with the photo session. Guys, step aside for the photo. Okay. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause to our panelists as they. We continue until they are seated, kindly. We continue until they are seated. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We appreciate the insights, we appreciate the wealth of experience, and we appreciate the fact that you took your time to come. Asanteni sana. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give the vote of thanks for today's knowledge sharing forum. And I would start by sincerely thanking each and every one of us for participating until way past lunchtime. I can see we are still here concentrating, and even some are still online. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I extend my sincere appreciation to our presenter, led by our keynote speaker, Engineer Nyabuto. Thank you very much. Our director, PRC, Engineer Cherono, asante sana. And to our panelists, we had a representation from all the stakeholders that we have in our projects. We had a financier, we had the bank represented by Engineer Kumu, asante. We had our consultants represented by Engineer Salmon, thank you very much. We had our consultants represented by Mr. Kimani and Engineer Wee, thank you very much. And our own Directorate of Development, Engineer Omondi and Director Gakuru, we really appreciate your insights and the presentations that you have enlightened us on this matter. On the audience, we had representation from the academia, as listed, Didan Kimathi, KU, UON, MUST, and so many others. Thank you very much. And now, as it was said here, we can now improve our curriculum to introduce some of these aspects as we train our students right from the university level, and so that when they come out here, they're able to tackle these challenges as they come at their way. We also had our sisters, Kura and Kera. Thank you for coming and learning together with us. We had MTRD. Thank you very much. We had ASEC, represented by the president herself and the others. Thank you for coming. We had IEK. Thank you. We had SIAB. Thank you once again, represented by the CEO. Asante sana. We had National Housing Corporation. We had EBK. Kindly pass our requests to the CEO as we formalize. Thank you. And we had others that I may not know from online, but we appreciate each and every one of you. So your presence here, all these categories that we've listed, underscores importance of this event and the importance of the collaboration that we have to have as engineers to be able to deliver effective and efficient projects. And just to give a few takeaways that I had from this, we had some strategies given unto us that we can use. We had proper risk registers, that is ensuring that we document our risks properly, we assign them properly, we mitigate them, and if there is any claims, then we timely evaluate them and execute what needs to be executed. And then there was the alignment of our procurement processes to these documents that we use, like the FIDIC, conditions of contracts, issues of the timelines. We was advised to be able to incorporate them in our procurement processes. And then we have a proposal that we need to have a database of our projects that will help us to be able to learn from the projects that we have had, to be able to improve the projects that we are packaging, and even to be able to execute our projects efficiently. Then there were the skills. And one that I really didn't think was coming was that of correct attitude. Yes. If we have the correct attitude, then we can objectively evaluate the claims when they come, and therefore we'll be able to solve them before they become disputes. And then there was the knowing the teams, the construction team, that is both the contractors, the consultants, the employer, and so on and so forth. And so, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the authority, we would like to thank you, each and every one of you. Asanteni sana. May the good Lord bless you. Thank you. Back to the MC.
Thank you, Daktari. Indeed, it has been quite a session. I can see we are like an hour and 20 minutes beyond time. You have been an amazing audience. Just to get people seated and not walking out, frequently for that long, that was amazing. I looked at the panelists, I calculated the average age. You guys you've done as well. You've done as well. A round of applause to the panelists. I am there. I know before you start throwing fingers at me, I am there. And to ourselves who have been here, physically seated, despite being a hybrid event, a round of applause to each and every one of us. Let's appreciate ourselves. At one point, the virtual attendance was in excess of 120 people. Let's give them a round of applause. And even as I am speaking, they're still in excess of 100. That tells you that this was quite impactful, and we are looking forward to even better engagement going forward. I don't know what you will do beginning tomorrow, or should I say beginning today. Of everything that we have gone through today and we've learned, I don't know what you're going to do beginning tomorrow. Are we going to have better contracts? Are we going to have better training? Are we going to embrace better record keeping? Are we going to make faster decisions? If you ask me, it is all of the four, because it's a system and you cannot do one without the other. Otherwise, I have been your MC, Engineer Julius Macodero. You guys have been an amazing audience, and thank you very much. I'll just wind up by asking Engineer Clarice to pray the closing prayer, and also to bless the lunch that has been prepared specifically for you, for the panelists and the CEOs, directors. Yours is prepared on first floor, and then the rest of us will go to second floor. We have the QR code for feedback, so please take time, scan it. A link has also been shared on email. We will appreciate your feedback. So, karibu Engineer Clarice. And you can also write, and keep the conversation alive. Karibu sana, Engineer Clarice. We can all rise for the word of prayer.
Let us believe and pray. Father, we come before you this afternoon. We want to thank you for the day. Thank you for the successful session that we've had today. Lord, it is your day that you've chosen that we all be here. We thank you for our panelists. Thank you for the knowledge, the wisdom, the insights they've shared today. We pray that, Lord, we will be able to use all these lessons learned and the knowledge and the skills, and we put them into for the betterment of our projects. Father, we thank you, even as we break for lunch. We bless the food that you've prepared before us, and we pray that, Lord, as all the attendees leave this session, Father, may you give us your guidance and protection, and Father, may we bless your holy name. For this I pray, believing and trusting in Jesus' name.
Adios and bon appetit.